setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV. This special broadcast, we get you all the top stories, but first we'll begin with the headlines. Pakistanis have refused to accept their own at the Atari border, closes all counters. After Navy Coast Guard has now increased patrolling in the northwestern region. Indian Navy conducts mega surface and subsurface exercise in Arabian Sea. Exercise to continue till 2nd May. Supreme Court refuses to hear Pahalgam attack plea, says don't demoralize the forces. As India-Pakistan tensions escalate, Republic reports from the border front line. And BSF troops in collaboration with Punjab Police recovered a substantial cache of arms, ammunition and grenades in Amritsar. And PM Modi inaugurates Waves 2025 to boost India's global media and entertainment reach. And in a state of complete confusion, Pakistan has appointed their ISI chief as the new NSA. Lieutenant General Mohammad Asim Malik will be holding dual position. ISI has officially taken over. Pakistan can keep the brave face on, but in reality, it's a partial coup in Pakistan. And you should not be surprised if it becomes a complete coup in Pakistan, with the ISI head taking over as the chief advisor for the Prime Minister, for the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Now, what does this mean? Does it mean that all the important decisions will be taken by the ISI? They will be taken by the Pakistani army, and Shehbaz Sharif will only be reduced to a stooge, because now the ISI chief being appointed as the chief advisor to the Prime Minister, a post that was vacant since 2022, has been filled overnight by the ISI chief. I have my colleague Niranjan joining me from the newsroom. Niranjan, would you call it a partial coup? I would say that now the decisions would be taken by the ISI and by the army, and not by the Shehbaz Sharif government.
You look at the kind of noises that are being made in Pakistan as we speak. So, Charita, a couple of points, and these are facts. First of all, Shehbaz Sharif is nowhere to be seen. And to tell you a little bit about Lieutenant General Mohammad Asim Malik, he has been the ISI chief since September 2024. The fact that an ISI man, an ISI chief, is being made the National Security Advisor of Pakistan is very critical. One, it tells you that the Pakistan army is completely in charge and the Pakistan ISI has taken control. Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir, seen as the architect of the Pahalgam attacks. And then you have the Pakistan NSA today, who has been appointed in that role. He was an ISI chief. So Pakistan Army effectively calling the shots behind the attack, and Pakistan ISI deciding how the country called Pakistan moves directionally in terms of security establishment. So it is a Pakistan Army plus Pakistan ISI combination that is running Pakistan now. Shehbaz Sharif is nowhere to be seen. You look at the imagery in India, you have the Prime Minister leading from the front. He has held at least 7 to 8 meetings since the Pahalgam terror attacks. Since even yesterday, there were 3 meetings at least where the Prime Minister was present. He conducted the CCS, the CCPA, different meetings that have been held. But in Pakistan, nowhere are you seeing Shehbaz Sharif. He's been completely sidelined. The fact that an ISI man has now been made the National Security Advisor shows the kind of trust that Lieutenant General Asim Malik, who has now been chosen as the NSA, has had with Asim Munir. So the army chief and the ISI chief, who's effectively the NSA also right now, it's a combination of ISI plus Pakistan Army plus the NSA that will decide how the response will be to India. And this is, of course, the mask is off. For many, many years now here at Republic TV, and Arnab himself has been saying that this so-called country, that is called Pakistan, has been ruled by the ISI, where the ISI has called the shots for the longest time. And today's decision that has been taken at the height of the tension, him being announced as the NSA boss.
Right, Niranjan, and as we speak, the army begins the process of takeover in Pakistan. As you're saying, the army begins the process of takeover in Pakistan. The ISI chief being appointed as the chief advisor to the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. They know that at this time, they would not want a democratically elected government, and this has actually been the history of Pakistan. This isn't anything new, Niranjan. We know that Pakistan has had a history of military coup. We know that they, at a time like this, they completely want to hold the reins, the army and the ISI, and this is what they're doing even at this time. Shehbaz Sharif may want to go and speak to the UN Director General, but the decisions will be taken by the army and the ISI.
That's correct. And there is a breaking news input that we had. The official notification that came in to tell you a little bit about this particular NSA, the National Security Advisor of Pakistan, who has been the ISI chief for the last at least 5 to 6 months. To give you more details, in fact, Pakistan has shared also his details. Asim Malik is a 3-star general. He's a 3-star general, born into a Punjabi family. His family had roots in Shahpur. His father was also a lieutenant general in the Pakistan Army, has served in the Pakistan Army. He joined the Pakistan Military Academy, and he was commissioned in the 12th Baloch Regiment of the Pakistan Army in 1989. So this is a little bit about him. To give you the news is that he has been appointed as the NSA, and he has the complete faith of the Pakistan Army chief, and that is why he has been appointed. That is the limited breaking news input that we had on the story. I'm handing it back to you for now.
Right, Niranjan. So as Niranjan is giving us information on this big step that has been taken by Pakistan, and obviously Pakistan being rattled, and they know that there will be decisions that will be taken by the army, and the democratically elected government really will not be taking any decisions at this time. This has really been the history with Pakistan. It's not something new to the Pakistanis. The Janta also there knows that at a time like this, when they are rattled by the might of India, there will be decisions taken by the ISI and by the Pakistani army. So the face of the decisions is going to be Shehbaz Sharif there, the Pakistani Prime Minister, but whatever unfolds will be done by the Pakistani army and the ISI, because the Pakistani ISI chief also retains that position as he takes over as the NSA of the country. And first on Republic, US State Department has cleared a $131 million maritime tech sale. India had requested to buy Sea Vision software, technical assistance, field team training, remote software and analytics support. It's a big boost to the Indian Navy. US Defense Security Cooperation has notified the US Congress about the sale deal. This deal boosts India's maritime domain awareness. So this is the big story that is coming to us right now. US State Department that clears a $131 million deal. It's a maritime tech sale deal, and this boosts the Indian Navy's capacities. And my colleague Shawan joins us from the newsroom. Shawan, this deal definitely boosts the capabilities, the prowess of the Indian Navy.
Well, in fact, An official confirmation has now come in from the US State Department that they have already notified the US Congress with regards to the military deal that has actually taken place. In fact, India had basically put the request for this maritime domain awareness technology. Now, as far as the details of the technology that the United States of America is likely to provide to the Indian Navy includes the following. One, it is the Sea Vision software, the technical assistant field, that's the TACT training system, the remote software and analytical support. These a total of $131 million. In fact, as far as the Indian Navy is concerned, an official confirmation has also been received by them with regards to the request that was made, and it has now been approved by the US Defense Security Cooperation Agency. In fact, the State Department thereafter has also notified the US Congress stating that this would basically boost India's maritime prowess. Not just that, it also bolsters the relationship between United States of America and Indian Navy. Now, in the backdrop of what we are essentially witnessing right now, this essentially helps the Indian Navy to procure this as soon as possible. As far as the timeline of the procurement is concerned, that clarity hasn't come in from the Indian Navy at this point in time. Perhaps that's going to take a little bit more time, but the clearance has already come in from the State Department. In fact, we are being told that late last evening is when the US Congress was also informed about this military deal that has now taken place.
Right, Shravan, and the Rafale deal and now this deal with the US, which definitely increases the might of the Indian Navy. It is also a kind of messaging to Pakistan in a way which is already rattled by India's might.
Well, in less than a fortnight, you're looking at two major deals that have been signed by the Indian Navy. One with regards to the Rafale Marinas, which is worth about 63,000 crore rupees, number one. Number two is with regards to this very deal that has taken place. It's again $131 million. We're looking at in both the cases, you're not only improving, bolstering Indian Navy's position in this particular case, but also the capabilities of reconnaissance also sees a manifold growth in it.
Right, Shravan. Thank you so much for all that information. So the US State Department clears that big deal with the Indian Navy, and that definitely is a messaging, as I said, to Pakistan as well. Now, the Indian Navy is conducting live firing drills in the Arabian Sea off the Porbandar coast in Gujarat. These exercises involve a full spectrum of naval capabilities, including surface-to-surface missile launches. Our executive editor, Niranjan, explains.
There is an intense India-Pakistan face-off in the Arabian Sea. And this is as naval posturing heats up of both India and Pakistan, and the tensions between both nations have found a new flashpoint, and that is in the Arabian Sea. The Indian Navy is currently, as we speak, conducting live firing drills in the Arabian Sea off the coast of Porbandar. And this is off the coast of Gujarat. And these exercises, the naval exercises, involve a full spectrum of naval capabilities, including surface-to-surface missile launches, gunnery practice, underscoring India's intent to maintain a robust maritime posture in the region. Now, these drills are being carried out as part of a planned naval readiness operation and are aimed at enhancing combat preparedness, joint operational coordination in the Arabian Sea, and that's the message that our Navy is sending out. What is most interesting is the proximity. Look at the proximity of India's position vis-a-vis Pakistan's own concurrent naval exercises, which are around the same region. And Indian naval units are reported to be holding their drills about 85 nautical miles from the area where Pakistan naval forces are conducting live fire maneuvers of their own. Now, this close distance between the two sets of operations has also heightened alert levels in both India and Pakistan, with both countries using the opportunity to signal maritime dominance, strategic deterrence. But Pakistan Navy is no match for India in either the capabilities or the sheer might, the number of submarines, frigates, anything, resources. Our navy is far, far superior, and that is why this naval face-off in the Arabian Sea adds a maritime dimension to the long-standing India-Pakistan rivalry, which has traditionally played out across land and air domains. And as India expands its maritime strategy in the Indo-Pacific region, for example, and Pakistan strengthens ties with its allies like China, which is giving it arms now, the Arabian Sea now becomes a fast emerging, a critical theatre of military signaling. And for now, the maneuvers remain drills. Drills for now, live-firing drills, second time in the last 1 week. But the tension they symbolize is very, very real.
And ladies and gentlemen, even as India is striking the terror homes, leader of Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah, and Mehbooba Mufti, these leaders have raised concerns over the ongoing demolition drive in the valley, targeting the homes of terrorists as security forces ramp up anti-terror operations following the Pahalgam terror attack. They argue that the indiscriminate demolitions are impacting innocent families, including women, children, and the elderly.
कई लोगों के मकान उड़ाए गए। अब मुझे बताइए, अगर बेटा मिलिटेंट बन जाता है तो बाप की क्या जिम्मेवारी है उसमें? माँ की या बहनों की क्या जिम्मेवारी है? उड़ा दिया, किस लिए उड़ा दिया? मुझे बताइए, उससे क्या हम लोग मजबूत होंगे? उससे जो हमारी यकजहती है, क्या उस पर धक्का नहीं आ सकता? लोग नहीं सोचेंगे ये क्या हो रहा है? इन्हें हर बात पे 1000 दफ़ा सोचना चाहिए। उस एक्शन से कहीं हमारे में जो एक यकजहती हो गई है उसको नुकसान तो नहीं पहुंचे, मगर वो दफ्तरों में बैठ के ये फैसले करते हैं, ये नहीं देखते हैं कि इसका असर क्या होगा।
मेरी गुजारिश है होम मिनिस्टर साहब से कि हम समझते हैं, हम तकलीफ को समझते हैं, हम इस तकलीफ को महसूस करते हैं, तो पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है, मगर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जो उन्होंने इस तकलीफ को 30-35 साल से बर्दाश्त किया और हम समझते हैं इस बात को, तो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जैसे जो मिलिटेंट्स के साथ डील करते हुए ये ज़रूरी है कि ध्यान रखा जाए कि आम लोगों के घर न गिराया जाए। और इसी तरह जो आपने एक एडवाइजरी की है कि जो लोग यहाँ बाहर से आए हुए हैं, पाकिस्तान से आए हुए, तो उसमें कोई ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसी औरतें हैं जिनकी शादी 30 साल 40 साल पहले हुई है, या मतलब जिनके बच्चे हैं, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं, उनका घर तो हिंदुस्तान है, वो तो अपने आप को हिंदुस्तानी समझते हैं, वो इस वक्त इस उम्र में कहाँ जाएंगे? तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि होम मिनिस्टर साहब इसका सिंपैथेटिक व्यू लेंगे और इस तरह से जो है उन लोगों को अपना घर बार छोड़ने के लिए, क्योंकि आज तक 30 साल से 40 साल से रह रहे हैं और वो कभी भी उन्होंने मुल्क के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं, कोई काम नहीं किया।
So leaders of Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti, now raising concerns. The action that has been taken, the houses that have been brought down, the houses that have been bulldozed belong to the terrorists who were behind the Pahalgam attack. Now, Mehbooba Mufti and Farooq Abdullah speaking for those families. Now, they want rights for these terrorists and they want rights for these terrorist families. Those houses have been brought down. Those houses that were demolished, Mufti and Farooq Abdullah now are back to the same old tactics. They speak about rights for these terrorists, but what about the rights of those civilians who were killed in that Pahalgam attack? The families, they've been asking for justice, and those voices go completely unheard by these netas in Jammu and Kashmir. I can't take on the grip. India's military superiority over Pakistan is becoming more evident than ever. In this explosive episode. Lieutenant General Raj Shukla offers an unfiltered analysis of how India's modernized and combat-ready armed forces are systematically overpowering Pakistan's weakening military infrastructure.
It's been a week since the gruesome, dastardly, cowardly attack in Pahalgam of the 22nd of April, which was enabled by the dog whistling of General Asim Munir on the 16th of April. And we've all seen that. In the week since, a lot of stuff has happened. Just yesterday, we saw the Prime Minister chairing a meeting with the Honorable Raksha Mantri, the NSA, the CDS, and the three service chiefs. So let us now take a view on what the likely state of play is. Well, one thing is clear, that Pakistan has thrown down the gauntlet at us. It is challenging our secular fabric, our democratic flow, the return of normalcy to Jammu and Kashmir. It has challenged Bharat and its Bharatiyata. It is also clear that the response to this is going to be potent, calibrated, surgical, and powerful. Now, in the bevy of measures that have been taken, from the Indus Water Treaty to cancellation of visas, so on and so forth, to me it does appear that the response will be led, at the forefront of the response will be calibrated military kinetics. Pakistan will feel the brunt of India's military power. Now, this calibrated military kinetics could take various forms across domains: land, sea, air, EW, space, cyber. It will be applied across the escalatory ladder, where there are numerous options. There are as many instruments, from special forces to air power to perhaps a blockade. There will also be a very careful choice of the target array. It could be training camps, it could be launch pads of terror, it could be Pakistan ISI installations and the Pakistan Army itself, because this time the architect-in-chief is nobody else than General Asim Munir. In my view, the Indian Armed Forces are broad, they are deep, and they have a wide array of instruments at their disposal. Just look at the air dimension. We have the S-400, which has a range of 600 kilometers. The Pakistanis, even if they have the latest version of the HQ-9 surface-to-air missile, has a range of just 300 kilometers. The Rafale is a 4.5 generation aircraft with Astra beyond visual range missiles, 100 kilometers. The Scalp, the Meteor. The F-16 is only 4th generation. Look at the naval domain. The number of combatant vessels that we have is close to 300, 294. The Pakistanis barely get past the 100 mark. We have 2 aircraft carriers, he has none. We have number of submarines, those which are nuclear powered. We have the sea leg of the nuclear triad. The Pakistan doesn't have this. Let's not go into the land domain, where our tanks, 4,000 to 2,000. Artillery pieces, 3 times more of the Pakistanis. So not only in terms of the orchestration of the power, the calibrated military kinetics, but also in bean count. We have a huge lead. Let me also say, from another military metric, from the standpoint of another military metric, we retain the ability to control what is known as escalatory dominance in the land, sea, air, conventional, and even the nuclear domain. It's also time to call the schoolboy bluff of the Pakistanis with regarding to their brandishing these nuclear weapons. See, we will not go by the red lines that they tell us that these are the red lines. We know what their red lines are, and we will so orchestrate the battle so as to keep it below the threshold of the nuclear dimension. So I think in sum, the Pakistanis have committed a grievous error in that gruesome, dastardly assault, where they fell so low that they resorted to religious terror, communal terror, religious targeting, where, honeymoons were turned into funerals, where fathers were gunned down to death in front of their sons. This is a big challenge for India and its statecraft. And I have little doubt that this time Pakistan will feel the might and potency of Indian military power being unleashed on them. Thank you.
With tension rising with Pakistan every day, India is keeping its forces ready at the borders. Indian Army shows its prowess. Take a look at this video.
Ferocious at your first sight, you lead by your birthright. You born to lead and born to fight. You are born to win with all your might. You're a tank man, you're a tank man. Be proud to be a tank man.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
हर भारतीय का खून आतंकी हमले की तस्वीरों को देखकर खौल रहा है.
इंडिया विल आइडेंटिफाई, ट्रैक एंड पनिश every terrorist. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
I am a victim of terrorism. I suffered the worst possible genocide and ethnic cleansing. Terrorism unleashed by my neighbor country called Pakistan. Pakistan is a terror nation, it's a terrorist nation. It believes in terrorism, it believes in violence, it believes in killings, it believes in rapes. It believes in bloodshed. It believes in bomb blasts. It believes in war. And it believes in impeace. Pakistan is responsible for my exodus from my home. It is responsible for killing my people. It's responsible for burning my schools, my home, raping my women folk.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
So the Indian Navy displays its full might in the Arabian Sea, conducts war exercises, this and more in this bulletin, but we'll begin with the headlines. Partial coup in Pakistan after ISI Chief Lieutenant General Asim Malik made NSA. Shehbaz Sharif sidelined by Pak ISI. Pakistanis have refused to accept their own at the Atari border, closes all counters. After Navy, Coast Guard has now increased patrolling in the northwestern region. Indian Navy conducts mega surface and subsurface exercise in Arabian Sea. Exercise to continue till 2nd May. As India-Pakistan tensions escalate, Republic reports from the border front line. BSF troops in collaboration with Punjab Police recovered a substantial cache of arms, ammunition and grenades in Amritsar. So the big news that's coming in right now, we learned that India is contemplating to suspend shipping lines and postal services to Pakistan. Announcement likely soon. India has already closed airspace to Pakistani aircrafts, and the news that's just coming in that India is likely to suspend the shipping lines to Pakistan. Now we know that the airspace has been closed. We know that the Pakistanis living in India have been identified. They've been asked to leave the country, and now India is likely to suspend shipping lines to Pakistan. Also, all kind of postal communication to be stopped with Pakistan. Okay, so as we speak about India's naval might, we would also like to show you how India's navy stands vis-a-vis Pakistan's navy. Now, the two countries in a state of the present state where there is a strife, and we know that this might of both the countries is going to be at display. When we speak about aircraft carriers, India has two, but Pakistan has none. They're still to get their first aircraft carrier. When we speak about submarines, India's submarines at a total of 18 and Pakistan's submarines at 8. So that is the total of the submarines for both the countries. When we speak about destroyers, India has 13. Pakistan still to acquire its first destroyer. That is the number. Now frigates, India has 14, Pakistan has 9. Now the naval might of both the countries right in front of you as I speak. I'm speaking about the corvettes. India has 18, Pakistan has 9. Now the naval might of both the countries, in a straight comparison, the patrol vessels, India has 135, Pakistan has 69. So that comparison of the patrolling vessels and the total naval personnel, India has 1,42,252 and Pakistan has 1,24,800. So that is the number of naval personnel who are reporting into these countries. Now, when we speak about the naval might of both the countries, this was a direct comparison, but India's naval might is at display in this naval exercise which is right now going on in the Arabian Sea. So those visuals of India's Navy's war exercise that is taking place in the Arabian Sea and that will continue till tomorrow. So that naval exercise in the Arabian Sea, those visuals that we are staying with, and India is displaying its full naval might in the Arabian Sea. And the news that's coming in right now, immigration sources say that Pakistan has refused to accept its own citizens. These are the citizens who were deported by India. We now learn that Pakistanis have refused to accept their own at the Atari border. Now, Indian immigration services confirm Pakistan has closed all counters and refuses to take these people back, their own, through the Atari border. And they've been waiting there, and Pakistan has closed all counters, refusing to take its own. So those visuals that are on your screen remind you of the Kargil war, where they even disowned their own dead. They refused to take back the bodies of Pakistani soldiers. They disowned them. So they disowned the dead, and now they disown the living.
छोड़ ही नहीं रहे हमें आगे। अभी भी मैंने इनसे पूछा कि क्या अपडेट है वहाँ पे, वो बोलते हैं हमें भी पता नहीं है, कोई आदेश कोई नहीं आया कि इन्हें छोड़ना है या वापस भेजना है। तो कम से कम हमें इतना बता दे कि अगर वापस जाना है तो हम कहीं ना कहीं तो और जाके स्टिप हो जाए, सोएं, आराम करें, कुछ करें।
मैं सुबह 6 बजे से अपनी बहनों को लेकर आया हुआ हूँ और दिल्ली बॉर्डर से मैं दिल्ली से चला हूँ। 6 बजे यहाँ हिंदुस्तान बॉर्डर पर मैं आ चुका हूँ और कहते 10 बजे बॉर्डर खुल जाता है। 6 बजे से और 10 बजे बॉर्डर खुल जाता है। 11 बजे हमने पूछा तो कहते जी बातचीत चल रही है, हम तो यहाँ से भेज रहे हैं, हमारी तो गवर्नमेंट ने बोल दिया, आदेश दे दिए, मगर वहाँ वाले आदेश नहीं दे पा रहा है हमें।
पाकिस्तानी अपने नागरिकों को ही वापस लेने से मना कर रहे हैं। आप तो अपने वतन लौटना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन आपके वतन वाले ही कह रहे हैं कि हम नहीं लेंगे। अब
तो हम इधर हैं, हमें क्या पता वहाँ का।
तो कब तक इंतजार
करेंगे हम इंतजार।
कितने लोग हैं? आपके ये 2 बच्चे हैं और आप हैं। कहाँ?
4 लोग हैं।
4 लोग। यहाँ कहाँ आई थी आप? दिल्ली
नहीं।
कहाँ?
छत्तीसगढ़
में। तो क्या विजिटर वीजा था आपके पास?
हाँ।
कितने दिन का वीजा था?
अभी 3-4 दिन ठहरे हैं हम यहाँ।
अच्छा, 45 डेज के लिए आए थे क्या?
हाँ।
3-4 दिन में आप वापस जा रही हैं, लेकिन आप समझिए कि आप वापस जाना चाह रही हैं, आपको वापस लेने से इनकार कर रहे हैं आप पाकिस्तान।
नहीं लेंगे, जाहिर है वहाँ भी कुछ मसले
होंगे। आपको अभी भी उम्मीद है लेंगे?
हाँ लेंगे।
नहीं, बाकी दिन गेट खोल दिए जाते थे, आज उन्होंने मना कर दिया है। सभी पाकिस्तानियों को सीधे कह रहे हैं कि हम गेट ही नहीं खोलेंगे, पाकिस्तान के लोग हम नहीं लेंगे वापस। ये तो ऐसा है कि आप अपने मुल्क के ही लिए गैर बन गए हैं।
नहीं देखते हैं, अभी इंतजार करते हैं।
चलिए देखते हैं, इंतजार करते हैं। और भी लोग हैं जो इंतजार कर रहे हैं। बैग है, लगेज है, इस धूप में खड़े होकर देखिए लगेज लेकर खड़े हैं, ये लंबी लाइन, और इधर उधर इंतजार कर रहे हैं। और ये अपने आप में पाकिस्तान की जो बेशर्मी है वो सामने आ रही है कि अपने मुल्क के लोग जो 45 दिन पहले आए थे वो 3-4 दिन में तो वापस जाना पड़ रहा है, लेकिन उन्हें अब अपने मुल्क में ही वापस लेने से इनकार कर रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान के लोग अब यहाँ इस धूप में बैठे हुए हैं, इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि कब उन्हें वापस भेजा जाएगा। लेकिन आज भी स्थिति ये है कि 9 बजे से, समझिए सुबह 9 बजे से अब 4 बजने को है, और ये तो अब परेड का टाइम है, तो इसके बाद तो यहाँ से भी मुमकिन नहीं है। आप लोग सर कहाँ से आए थे? राजौरी से।
जी।
कहाँ जाना है?
वो 2 हमारे रिलेटिव हैं, उनको पाकिस्तान जाना है।
कितने बजे से यहाँ वेट कर रहे हैं?
हम तो 10:30 से यहाँ वेट कर रहे हैं।
तो बाकी दिन तो हम भी यहाँ पर थे, दोपहर 12 बजे तक सब क्लियर हो जाता था, 10 बजे से जाने देते थे। आज क्यों रोका गया है?
क्या पता, हमें तो नहीं पता है। वो कह रहे हैं,
खबर ये है कि उस तरफ जो है गेट बंद कर दिया गया है। पाकिस्तानी जो रेंजर्स हैं उन्होंने कह दिया कि हम नहीं लेंगे अपने लोगों को, आप पाकिस्तानी को।
अच्छा, हमें नहीं पता है ना, क्योंकि हमें
जो रिलेटिव हैं पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं वो ये सोच कर आए थे कि हम वापस अपने वतन जाएंगे।
तो वो बीमार है, वो चलने के काबिल नहीं है।
पाकिस्तान के लोग ही मना कर रहे हैं अपने ही लोगों को वापस लेने से, ये तो बेशर्मी है।
अब क्या पता, हम तो नहीं जानते इतना।
मतलब ये स्थिति होनी चाहिए क्या कि पाकिस्तान के लोग जाना चाह रहे हैं अपने वतन और कह रहे हैं कि हम नहीं लेंगे?
क्या बताएं।
और भी लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर पाकिस्तान से आए थे और इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि हम वापस जाएंगे, लेकिन अब जो कि टूरिस्ट भी आने लगे हैं, यानी परेड का समय हो गया है, आज ये यहीं रह सकते हैं। इन्हें वापस नहीं लिया गया, एक तरह से आप इसे मान सकते हैं कि अब कोई भी बातचीत नहीं होगी, इन्हें वापस नहीं लिया जा रहा है। कुछ और भी लोग हैं जो इधर उधर गाड़ी से निकल कर, चूँकि गाड़ी में धूप है तो कुछ इधर बैठे हुए हैं, उनसे भी हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं और समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि आखिर क्या वजह रही कि पाकिस्तान के लोगों को अपने ही वतन वापस नहीं लिया जा रहा है। और ये 1999 की जो तस्वीर हम दिखा रहे थे वो तस्वीर भी बता रही है कि ये तो नागरिक हैं, सैनिकों के शव को, कुछ और भी तस्वीर, कुछ और भी लोग हैं, अपने ही नागरिकों को वापस लेने से मना कर दिया गया। 1999 में अपने सैनिकों के शव को वापस लेने से मना कर दिया था। तो ये पाकिस्तान की असलियत है, वो पाकिस्तान जो गिदड़ भभकी देता रहता है। और हम अपने मुल्क के लिए करेंगे, हमारी फौज के साथ हमारे तमाम जो मुल्क हैं वो खड़े हैं। एक सेकंड सर, आप कहाँ से आए थे? थोड़ा नीचे कीजिए, थोड़ा नीचे कीजिए ना, थोड़ा नीचे कीजिए, थोड़ा नीचे। आपके अपने ही देश, आपके अपने ही वतन वापस नहीं लिया जा रहा है। आपके अपने ही लोग वापस नहीं ले रहे हैं आपको, क्या कहेंगे? कुछ नहीं बोलना है, यहीं इंतजार करते रहेंगे क्या? यहीं इंतजार करते रहेंगे? 2 मिनट आवाज नहीं आ रही, आप इसे नीचे कर लीजिए, आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
हम नहीं हैं, हम इधर के हैं।
हाँ तो आपके रिलेटिव होंगे?
नहीं, वो पीछे हैं।
तो उनको वापस नहीं लिया जा रहा है।
अब हम क्या कर सकते हैं? क्या कर सकते हैं?
बात नहीं। आप कहाँ से आए हैं? आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम राजौरी से आए।
कहाँ जाना है आपको?
जाना था इनको डिपोर्ट किया है, उसके लिए जाना था इनको।
ये कौन है आपके?
ये मेरी कज़न है।
तो इनको डिपोर्ट किया गया है, लेकिन पाकिस्तान इन्हें वापस नहीं ले रहा है।
हमें ये पता नहीं है, बॉर्डर तक हम
कितने
पहुंचे
बजे
नहीं
आए
हैं।
आप?
10:30 बजे आए थे सुबह।
सुबह 10:30 बजे से वहाँ वेट कर रहे हैं?
जी जी।
पाकिस्तान में कहाँ से आई थी आप?
ये नहीं बोल सकते।
एक सेकंड, नीचे थोड़ा नीचे कीजिए। फैसलाबाद से
जी।
आपको पता है कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गेट बंद कर दिया गया है?
अच्छा, नहीं पता जी।
वो लोग वापस नहीं ले रहे हैं, इसलिए यहाँ से आप अंदर नहीं जा पा रही हैं।
जी जी।
आप ये सोचकर आई थी कि आप अपने वतन चले जाएंगे, लेकिन आपके
नहीं, वतन जाने के लिए नहीं आई थी।
जाने के लिए
हमारा वतन यही है।
यहाँ के रहने वाले थे तो
नहीं, पाकिस्तान का पासपोर्ट रहा होगा।
पासपोर्ट पाकिस्तान का। ये जम्मू कश्मीर के बाशिंदे हैं। उधर
कितने साल से रह रहे हैं?
फैसलाबाद में ये इनके फादर प्राइवेट सर्विस करते थे, ये मीरपुर में रहते थे।
पासपोर्ट कहाँ का है?
पाकिस्तान का।
तो पाकिस्तान का पासपोर्ट तो पाकिस्तान के हुए ना।
वो फिर उस वक्त है तो ये जम्मू कश्मीर के, इनकी प्रॉपर्टी यहाँ पर है।
पाकिस्तान का पासपोर्ट है, इसलिए नहीं डिपोर्ट किया गया
जी, इसीलिए।
लेकिन जिस पाकिस्तान का पासपोर्ट ये लेकर रखे हुए हैं, आज वो पाकिस्तान कह रहा है कि हम वापस नहीं लेंगे।
हमें इसका इल्म नहीं, आपसे सुन रहे हैं हम तो यहाँ पर हैं, हमारे पास तो कोई ऐसी बात नहीं।
इसलिए वेट कर रहे हैं सुबह 10:30 बजे।
यहाँ ये बंद है, इन्होंने कहा बॉर्डर खुला नहीं है।
हाँ तो बॉर्डर उस तरफ से नहीं खुला है। अब आप क्या करेंगे? पाकिस्तान ने काउंटर बंद कर दिया है उधर, उन्होंने कह दिया कि हम वापस नहीं लेंगे।
इनको 42 ईयर्स आए हुए यहाँ, 83 में आए थे यहाँ। अब
यहाँ की मैं कह रहा हूँ कि यहाँ की नागरिकता इन्होंने ली नहीं, अब वापस इन्हें भेजा जा रहा है, लेकिन वापस वहाँ भी नहीं लिया जा रहा है। तो ये पाकिस्तान की, आप समझ रही है, बेशर्मी है ना। पाकिस्तान की तो बेशर्मी है कि आपको अपने ही लोग नहीं पहचान पा रहे हैं। यहाँ तो चलिए आप रह रही थी 42 साल से, लेकिन जिस देश का, जिस वतन का पासपोर्ट आप लेकर रखी हुई थी, वो वतन आपको पहचानने से इनकार कर रहा है, लेने से इनकार कर रहा है। क्या कहेंगे आप?
बदकिस्मती और क्या?
पाकिस्तान की बदकिस्मती है या आपकी बदकिस्मती है? ये पाकिस्तान वालों की 1999 में करगिल वार हुआ, वहां तब सैनिकों के शव को लेने से इनकार कर दिया था उन लोगों ने। आज आप जैसे नागरिक, वहां पर मैंने देखा कुछ बच्चे हैं, महिलाएं हैं, उनको अब लेने से इनकार कर दिया है। ये पाकिस्तान वालों को क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
क्या कहेंगे हम? क्या
यहाँ से आप कहिए, वो सुन रहे होंगे, पाकिस्तानियों को कहिए यहाँ से
वापस भेज दो, अपने घर जाए हम आराम से, जहाँ रह रहे हैं। और क्या है?
नहीं, ये तो वापस आपको नहीं ले रहे हैं, उनको भी तो कुछ कहिए। पाकिस्तानियों को क्या कहना चाहेंगे, बताइए।
हम तो ये कहते हैं वो टेरर बंद करे, बच्चों करके कंफर्ट हमें आराम से रहने दे, बस। और क्या?
ठीक है। कुछ और भी लोग हैं जो गाड़ियों में बैठे हुए थे, लेकिन अब इधर उधर चले गए हैं क्योंकि धूप है। हम उन लोगों से भी बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। और समझिए कि ये बहुत बड़ी बेशर्मी, वो पाकिस्तान जो कहता है कि हम फौज के साथ खड़े हैं, जो उनके मंत्री कहते हैं हम खून बहाएंगे। क्या खून बहाएंगे? आप सिंधु नदी को लेकर खून बहाने की बात करते हैं। आपके अपने नागरिक यहाँ धूप में खड़े हैं, भारत में जो रह रहे थे, और उन्हें वापस भेजा जा रहा है। बीएसएफ के जवान यहाँ तैनात हैं, इस बात का इंतजार करते रहे कि उधर से गेट खोला जाएगा तो हम इन्हें वापस भेजेंगे, लेकिन अब इन्हें वापस नहीं भेजा जा रहा है। वापस लेने से इनकार कर दिया गया, बल्कि वहाँ गेट ही नहीं खोला गया। तो ये समझिए, मैंने अभी आपसे बात की थी, अब सर से एक बार आपसे समझना चाहता हूँ, क्या करेंगे अब? वहाँ तो गेट नहीं खोला गया।
देखते हैं भाई, हम अपील ही कर सकते हैं और क्या कर सकते हैं।
आपका नाम क्या है?
हर्ष कुमार।
पाकिस्तान की सरकार को क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
हम अपील ही करेंगे, छोड़ें, हमें ले लें, हम वहाँ पे आके अपनी पूरी फैमिली से मिलके।
पाकिस्तान में कहाँ से आए थे?
कराची से।
तो समझिए कराची में आप रहते थे, यहाँ कुछ दिन के लिए आए थे आप रिलेटिव से मिलने के लिए।
जी जी।
लेकिन आप वापस कैसे जाएंगे? वापस तो उन्होंने कह दिया कि हम नहीं लेंगे। आपको पहचानने से इनकार कर रहे हैं। आप पाकिस्तान के हैं और पाकिस्तान के ही हुक्मरान सरकार, वहाँ की सेना आपको पहचानने से इनकार कर रहे हैं।
हम अपील ही कर सकते हैं और क्या करें, हम अपील करते हैं हमें ले लें भाई।
ये तो आप समझिए कि पाकिस्तानियों की बड़ी बेशर्मी है, वहाँ के रेंजर्स की, वहाँ की सेना की। आप अपने नागरिक हैं और उनको वापस नहीं ले रहा है। आप धूप में खड़े हैं अपने बच्चों के साथ।
अपील ही करें और क्या करें भाई।
किसे अपील करेंगे? सरकार से, जनरल वसीम मुनीर से, शहबाज शरीफ से?
सरकार से हम अपील कर रहे हैं कि हमें ले लें।
सर वहाँ से आतंकी तो भेजते हैं लेकिन अपने नागरिकों को वापस लेने से इनकार करते हैं।
अपील ही कर सकते हैं भाई। और
पहलगाम में अटैक जो हुआ तो वहीं से आए थे?
पता नहीं, वो हमें कुछ पता नहीं है।
वहीं से आए थे, ये बात कई बार स्पष्ट हो चुकी है।
ये हमें कुछ पता नहीं है, हम कुछ नहीं कह सकते।
अपील कर रहे हैं, आपकी अपील का असर नहीं हो रहा है सर। सुबह से आप अपील कर रहे हैं,
हम
क्या इतने वो बेदर्द हैं, इतने वो उनमें कुछ भी शर्म नहीं बची है कि अपने नागरिकों को वापस ले सकें? पाकिस्तान की सरकार में जरा सी भी शर्म नहीं बची है कि आपके अपने नागरिक हैं उनके। आप तो अपने हैं ना, पाकिस्तान के हैं ना।
हाँ,
आप तो पाकिस्तान को अपना मुल्क मानते हैं कि नहीं?
जी बिल्कुल, हमारा पाकिस्तान हमारा मुल्क है।
आप तो पाकिस्तान को छोड़कर कहीं और जाना नहीं चाहेंगे?
नो।
फिर भी पाकिस्तान आपको पहचानने से इनकार कर रहा है।
हम अपील ही कर रहे हैं और क्या करें। अपील है पाकिस्तान से कि हमें ले लें,
और नहीं लेंगे तो क्या? अब तो टाइम हो गया, अब तो परेड का टाइम हो गया। टूरिस्ट वापस जा रहे हैं परेड देखने के लिए। अब वो परेड का टाइम हो गया है और गेट बंद हो गया है। यहाँ क्या करिएगा फिर?
देखते हैं। अभी तो इधर ही खड़े हैं, हम परेशान हो जाएंगे।
यहाँ भी मना कर दिया गया है, पाकिस्तानी अब नहीं रह सकते हैं यहाँ पर भी। अब कह दिया गया है कि यहाँ पर रहेंगे तो अब कार्रवाई होगी, जेल में डाले जाएंगे।
देख रहे हैं, अभी देखते हैं।
बात हुई है क्या पाकिस्तान के कुछ अधिकारियों से? वहाँ पर यहीं पर कुछ एम्बेसी से बात हुई है?
नहीं, बात नहीं हुई किसी से भी।
अब पाकिस्तान के एम्बेसी में भी कोई बात नहीं हो रही है और ये कह रहे हैं, अपील कर रहे हैं। साहब इनको अपील करना पड़ा है कि हमें वापस ले लो। पाकिस्तान की सरकार से, पाकिस्तान की सेना से अपील कर रहे हैं। जनरल वसीम मुनीर सुन लो, शहबाज शरीफ सुन लो, अपने नागरिक तुम्हारे अपील कर रहे हैं कि हमें वापस ले लो। और धूप में यहाँ पर परेशान हो रहे हैं। ये भारत नहीं कर रहा है, ये पाकिस्तान कर रहा है। वो पाकिस्तान जो बड़ी बड़ी बातें करता है कि साहब हम एटम बम चलाएंगे, हम भारत पर वार करेंगे, हमारे नागरिक हमारे साथ हैं। आपके नागरिक आपके साथ नहीं हैं। आपके नागरिक यहाँ फंसे हुए हैं और ये लंबी लाइन लगी हुई है। उन बच्चों के साथ समझिए कि कई लोग जो हैं इस 9 बजे सुबह 9-10 बजे से परेशान हो रहे हैं और उन्हें परेशानी का सामना करना पड़ा है। लेकिन कुछ भारतीय जो यहाँ पर टूरिस्ट बनकर आए हैं उनसे भी पूछते हैं। आप लोग यहाँ परेड देखने आए हैं?
हाँ जी।
ये जो है ये पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं, इन्हें मना कर दिया है पाकिस्तान के लोगों ने वापस लेने से। हाँ। क्या कहेंगे? पाकिस्तानियों को ही वापस लेने से मना कर दिया है पाकिस्तान ने।
तो ये उनकी गलती है ना?
हाँ? क्या?
उसमें यूनिटी नहीं है ना?
नहीं है। अब भारत के लोग भी रिएक्शन दे रहे हैं। क्या कहेंगे? पाकिस्तान के लोगों को पाकिस्तान नहीं
उड़ा दिया जाए, पाकिस्तान को सीधा कहानियां खत्म कर दिया जाए,
उड़ा दिया जाए, ये उड़ा दिया जाए। ये इधर के लोग ये जो जा रहे हैं, ये गाड़ी मैं बता दूं इसमें कोई फर्क नहीं समझे। ये जो गाड़ियां जा रही हैं ये टूरिस्ट है। अब से कुछ देर बाद परेड शुरू होता है, बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी। हालांकि उसमें भी जो रस्म अदायगी थी गेट खोलने की, हैंडशेक करने की, वो अब बंद हो चुकी है। अब सीधे तेवर दिखाते हैं हमारे बीएसएफ के जवान। वो भी ये तमाशा देख रहे हैं। ये तमाशा पाकिस्तान का ये तमाशा बन रहा है। पाकिस्तान अपना तमाशा बना रहा है इस अटारी बॉर्डर पर अपने नागरिकों को यहां धूप में छोड़कर। और ये
So, our colleague Sumit speaking to those people who've been asked to leave India, the Pakistanis who've been asked to leave the country. They're at the Atari border, but they are being refused entry into Pakistan. Now, a new crisis for them because they are being refused by their own country. Pakistan is refusing to take them in, and it's a direct comparison to those visuals from the Kargil war, where Pakistan refused to take the bodies of its own soldiers, and that time in the Kargil war they refused their own dead. Now they are refusing their own living. Now, Major General S.B. Asthana exposes how the dirt bolt of Pahalgam terror attack has backfired on Pakistan. He tells how TTP, Balochistan and India has created problems for the Pakistani army.
See, as far as Pakistan is concerned, they had a problem at hand, and especially their Pakistan military and their chief. The problem was they were unable to control what is happening in Balochistan, because the Balochistan Liberation Army is targeting Pakistan military. Similarly, TTP is targeting Pakistan military. There is unrest going on in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, because those people feel that the development on the Indian side of line of control is much more, and they should not miss that kind of opportunity, and therefore they have also been disgruntled, and the kind of pressure which the military has put in all the three places has made Pakistan military very, very unpopular. The number of casualties which Pakistan is facing is far in excess of what they would have anticipated. About 5-6 years back, they were around number 6 in the terms of terrorism casualties. Today they are at number 2 in the global terror index. So therefore what has happened is they are finding it uncomfortable, and the best remedy which Pakistan military thinks is that, okay, divert it to Kashmir, talk about Kashmir and talk about Hindu-Muslim, and in that case you may get the local attention, the domestic attention of the politicians and some kind of people support. That's what they think. They also analyze that as far as Pakistan is concerned, that their influence remains only when the Pakistan can, when they can talk about Pakistan being threatened by India. So India threat theory is another reason why they need to evoke that threat theory to ensure that all levers of powers remain with the Pakistan army. Now, under these circumstances, the best way, what he thought was, Asif Munir came on air, he spoke about Hindu and Muslims can't stay together, although that's a separate issue, that in India we have more Muslims than Pakistan complete, and we are staying comfortably together. That's a separate issue. And his second issue was Kashmir. Now what they have done is, they have launched this attack. This is a professional military attack in which it may well happen that some of their special service guy would also be involved along with some of the terrorists. So I visualize that this attack was at a place wherein they thought and the modalities could stoke Hindu-Muslim divide, and the timings were so selected that they thought that perhaps a Waqf issue is one issue where perhaps there could be a divide. Similarly, Hindutva issue, similarly the elections, and these are some of these propagandas which they tried to stoke in along with this action. So this was an action on ground stoked with propaganda as well. Now with that, they thought that perhaps Indian society will get divided, but I think none of their aim has been fulfilled because the entire Kashmiris have taken it that it is an attack on their livelihood, and therefore everybody has gone against them. So therefore, if they had any sympathy of any kind or any narrative to say that we stand with people of Kashmir, that stands defeated. Secondly, there has been no Hindu-Muslim divide anywhere in the country. Thirdly, the whole India stands together. So there are no frictions in India. And therefore, now there is a chance for us to stand and utilize the frictions which exist in Pakistan. That perhaps should be our call.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
हर भारतीय का खून आतंकी हमले की तस्वीरों को देखकर खौल रहा है।
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I am a victim of terrorism. I suffered the worst possible genocide and ethnic cleansing. Terrorism unleashed by my neighbor country called Pakistan. Pakistan is a terror nation, it's a terrorist nation. It believes in terrorism, it believes in violence, it believes in killings, it believes in rapes. It believes in bloodshed. It believes in bomb blasts. It believes in war. And it believes in impeace. Pakistan is responsible for my exodus from my home. It is responsible for killing my people. It's responsible for burning my schools, my home, raping my women folk, involving locals to see to it that I'm out of my house. And nearly 4.5 lakh people from my community, the entire community, left their homes and they were in the refugee camps in Jammu and other places of this country. And today also they are in the refugee camps in Jakti, near Udhampur. It's a country which should be declared as terrorist nation by India, if not United Nations, because I have no hopes on the powers apart from my country. Pakistan has been constantly troubling us. Blasts, attacks, massacres. It has constantly seen to it that our country, which is going on the rise, again comes down. It creates panic in our country.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. I'm Niranjan, getting you the latest breaking updates on the India-Pakistan tension. There are live firing drills happening as we speak off the coast of Porbandar in Gujarat. Getting you that and more. Here are the headlines this evening. Partial coup in Pakistan after ISI Chief Lieutenant General Asim Malik is made NSA, or the National Security Advisor. Shehbaz Sharif, the Pakistan Prime Minister, sidelined by his army and the ISI. Pakistanis have refused to accept their own citizens at the Attari-Wagah border, closing all counters. Pakistanis are stranded. Pakistan won't take back Pakistanis. India likely to suspend shipping lines, postal services, announcement soon. After Navy, the Coast Guard now increases patrolling in the northwestern region, joining the Navy as we send a message to Pakistan. Navy conducts a mega surface and subsurface exercise in the Arabian Sea off the coast of Gujarat. Will continue till the 2nd of May. As India-Pakistan tensions escalate, Republic reporting from across the international border and the line of control. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get you the latest breaking news updates, let's tell you that both Indian Navy and the Pakistan Navies are holding live firing exercises off the coast of Gujarat as we speak. And let's tell you more about that. As we war game the entire scenario, my colleague Shravan is also joining us live on the broadcast. He's in the Republic War Room. I'm going across to Shravan right now. Shravan, over to you. He's with some of India's foremost defense experts joining us in our War Room on Republic TV.
मेरे को आवाज नहीं आ रहा है.
Shravan, over to you. Go ahead, Shravan. Go ahead.
Well, Niranjan, back in our war room, the key discussion, the breaking news that has come in just a short while back was with regards to the military deal that has been signed. Now, with the Navy carrying out the exercises, and you have a deal that has been signed with the United States of America, $131 million, a clear signal that is being sent out that this time there is a different front that has opened up.
Yes, Indian Navy is always ready for its offensive posturing. And now in present scenario, carrying out the exercises at sea is important to give our posturing to the adversaries.
But Captain, this is not very far away from where the military drill is happening as far as Pakistan is concerned. Help us understand that very area and what is the message that we are basically sending across, because this is not very far from Gwadar. This is not very far from the strategic ports of Pakistan. How do you help us? How do you make the most of this particular exercise?
Yes, Arabian Sea, North Arabian Sea is the sensitive area presently, and the Makran coast, which is having a port of Karachi and Gwadar now, these ports are important for us, and we have our own way to look at these ports for requirement of choking the sea lanes of communication in case of requirement. So when we talk about high sea, when we talk about the freedom of navigation, all the ships are at liberty to move around, and beyond 200 nautical mile and within the 200 nautical mile of exclusive economic zone as per UNCLOS 1982, all the ships can carry out operations. That's why we have a brush fire kind of things which happens on land, where we touch very close to each other, our aircraft fly close to each other, and which is happening in South China Sea very regularly. So you can see the same scenario happening in North Arabian Sea now, where we have the ships carrying out drill in very close proximity. We have our own set up norms. We maintain we exercise caution, but there are chances that we can go beyond. So therefore, the Indian Navy would be extremely cautious about the posturing, at the same time giving the right message.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, there's also breaking news now coming in with regards to the alerts that have been issued by the Navy. However, the alert is with regards to the firing range in that area and for the mariners to pass through. So these alerts have been put out. Group Captain Devnath, if I can take this question with you. With regards to the Air Force now, preparations are underway. They've been extremely secretive and rightfully so. Having said that, where do you see the Air Force really playing a role right now? Given the fact that one role we have already played during Balakot, but how does that really change?
Oh yes, in case of any exigency, Air Force is tasked with air defense of skies over India. Similarly, during any skirmish, we have to ensure that the sky over army positions and naval positions are also clear of any enemy aircraft interference. In addition,
but Pakistan today is saying that they are basically fighting the Rafales which are coming very close. They are saying Rafales are coming very close. Is this some sort of a ghost narrative that Pakistan is building now?
Oh yes, Pakistan, their Air Force is building up a narrative. Let me tell you what happens. During war or during period before war, Indian Air Force flies sorties along the border.
Right.
Main aim of flying these sorties is to see preparedness of Pakistan Air Force interceptor aircraft.
Right.
So we intentionally fly sometimes next to international border, like in this case these Rafales, thereby triggering a response from Pakistan Air Force. And we know, we calibrate and we record it. Open source, our airborne electronic warfare aircraft also flies there. They record that how much time Pakistan Air Force took to respond, which aircraft came, and most importantly, what type of formation or what type of tactics they were employing to threaten our aircraft.
Colonel Shailendra, moving on to what's really happening with the ceasefire violations that have taken place. Interestingly, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to point out here, this time, Pakistan has also targeted the international border. Now, many say that this is a little different, keeping in mind there was a ceasefire agreement that was already signed, and in a way it's an act of war. The ceasefire violations that we're really looking at least at the international border. Why is it different? Why is it significant?
Jai Hind, Namaskar. Shravan, I can only tell you one thing. When Pakistan says that there is an act of war, then that's their right.
Right.
It is only India which has been tolerant, who has not been treating a ceasefire violation as an act
Colonel,
of war.
help us understand, why is it rare? It is rare and it is an important message that we are sending across. Is Pakistan trying to draw us to this war?
If you have to very specifically ask me that, then I can only tell you that Pakistan narrative right now is in the world to convey that there is a likelihood of war which is coming from India.
Okay.
They want us to aggressive. They want us to be aggressive.
So you're saying they are trying to draw us?
Yes, they are definitely instigating us. They are trying their best that yes, they are the aggrieved party without realizing that they stand actually today exposed. Ceasefire को cross करना या उसको disrupt करना, मेरे ख्याल जनरल कुलकर्णी ज़्यादा अच्छा बताएंगे because it's a very strategic item. But at my level, let me tell you one thing. East, West, I don't know which is the best, but only best thing which my regiment is doing there is give a bloody befitting reply, give them such a reply, if you fire one round, I'll fire 100 rounds.
General Kulkarni, a war veteran here, and thank you very much, General Kulkarni, for taking out the time and coming to us, being a part of Republic Newsroom to understand the defense strategy. I want to ask you this question. It's a very significant development that has taken place in the last 48 hours. You're looking at several ceasefire violations. These are not normal ceasefire violations. Let's not forget, in the past, Pakistan has sent across their tanks. They wanted to draw us. There have been military history that basically indicates that Pakistan would want us to respond. What do you make, number one, of the ceasefire violation that took place yesterday at the international border? Is there a strong messaging that is coming across that we are reading into?
Thank you, Niranjan. At the very outset, I must thank you for inviting me, and I'm thoroughly impressed by the studio that you have. Lovely. Now, coming to the question of why the ceasefire violations are taking place. After the Indus Water Treaty that we held in abeyance, the Pakistanis said that the similar agreement does not hold, and therefore no ceasefire agreements are holding. You find Pakistan has all along after that, after 2021, since the ceasefire agreement was in place, there is no ceasefire agreement, and therefore Pakistan wants to continuously be firing. First, because of the jittery.
Okay.
Very scared, very jittery now, because they seem to be making kind of statements that India is going to attack them in the next 24 hours, 36 hours.
Okay.
Some of them feel that India is going to, nuke them, or they are trying to tell them that we are going to nuke India. They're trying to tell us that they have missiles and they have Hataf and they have Ghaznis and they're going to, to do all that. So this is border fear. But the retaliation by India has been so strong that you find most of the posts have been vacated by the Pakistani all along the LOC. So that's the first indication. It's not now, it is normally not so much of firing is done. But this is primarily because Pakistan is now rattled, scared, doesn't know what to do, and therefore it's more of like, trying to raise their own morale by pushing in as much of artillery, fire as much. Most of it is small arms. Most of it is small arms. Yeah.
So, sir, why not cocoa them nice and proper?
Yeah.
Well, if they are wanting this, let us have this.
Yeah,
If they are only going to understand this language, that okay, fire is the answer, let's cocoa them nice and proper. Well, because if the sanctity is not there for them, then why am I holding back?
With you, it's free for all. What Shailendra wants to say is absolutely free for all, because if there is no similar agreement, if there's nothing to be held, then the question. See, all these options are there, definitely. We are not saying.
Right.
But it would best be left to the people on ground to decide as to when they would want to use
this.
them.
Of course, there are a lot of speculations that are doing the round, but our military, unlike what happens in Pakistan, in fact, General Kulkarni, let me share this, also Colonel Shailendra, let me share this. Just about a few days ago, you've had the Pakistani soldiers who are basically moving towards the LOC, putting out videos of their own artillery movement. So, of course, we are not getting into that. General Kulkarni, let me also get a quick response from you with regards to the way India can actually respond. I'm given to understand there are plans that are already underway. Having said that, particularly in northern Kashmir, what we have seen that India wants to send across a strong message as far as the ceasefire violations are concerned. Probably that's step one of the big picture that may come up in the next few days.
See, ceasefire violations definitely are not tolerable. That is why you've had officer of the rank of brigadier from our side speak to the DGMO's office on the other side.
Right.
So there are this thing to be able to tell Pakistan in no uncertain terms that should this be carrying on, then the retaliations will be
What
harder.
happens in the DGMO? Just to give us an understanding. In the DGMO level talk, which happens regularly, which I'm given to understand every Tuesday that it takes place, how is it different in a situation like this?
Right now, since there is nothing, no similar agreement, no LOC, I would call it now the ex-LOC, and we carry on going back to the Karachi agreement, because that is what is in vogue. But notwithstanding and ensuring that the similar agreement, at least on paper, would be there for terms of LOC is concerned, the DGMOs invariably under normal circumstances would talk amongst themselves to see that if somebody stayed across, if this firing is there, which generally does stop. But in this particular case, you've not had the DGMO speak. You've had an officer of the rank of brigadier speak to them to be able to tell them and convey them in no uncertain terms that this is not acceptable. You would get it back, like what Shailendra said, you would get it back very badly. And therefore, if that is under...
They are allowed to speak any number of times. It's not specified to only a Tuesday or Wednesday. At the moment the Indian Army feels, it is able to ring up and tell them that this is the excess you are doing and face the consequences.
Group Captain, let me also bring back the Air Force. The focus on the Air Force. Air Force has been extremely discreet over the last few days, particularly in the action mode that they are getting into. Many would really want to understand from you, is there a possibility that the Navy and the Army basically coordinate in terms of a dual attack? A dual attack, is that a possibility?
Oh yes, definitely. Whenever there is a war, commanders at strategic level, say at Army Chief, Naval Chief, Air Force Chief, will definitely like that Pakistan's resources are stretched. So probably an exercise and subsequently will culminate like that only, wherein Navy overwhelms their Karachi and Gwadar port, blockades them so that no
so you are
commercial
suggesting
ship.
tri-services?
Oh yeah. And
See, we are not
army
We are always like this.
army will engage them across LOC in J&K, and Indian Air Force will ensure that skies over Pakistan airspace are dominated by us, so that
this
they
would
do
be
not
perhaps
have
for the first time. If at all this is a
freedom of
military option.
mobility.
Not the first time.
Air Force will ensure that their resources do not move within Pakistan. If they try and move any resources through land, through civilian hired truck, or through railways within Pakistan, and if it comes to our notice, Air Force notice, will blow their supply ships, will blow their railway racks. Most importantly, will blow up their convoys, which are taking logistics supplies to the battlefield.
Okay, Captain, let me also take you through the developments that have taken place in the Navy. And interestingly, the drill that is actually happening right now, it's barely few nautical miles that you're really looking at. And if I remember correctly, this has not really happened in the recent past. If I'm not wrong, we have not seen this happening perhaps in the last few years itself. What do you really make of it?
It's not so exactly. I am an aircraft carrier pilot myself and have been on the operations, and I had seen enough. As a warship captain, I have experienced these issues a lot. Many times we have Pakistani ships coming close by. We have a Shadow X, we have our PTI aircraft, we have our Dorniers, we have our ships, which go around and actually makes them go away from our area of interest. So this exercise is basically posturing. You like to throw your assets at sea to show them what you have. In actual case, suppose your aircrafts are flying, your MiG-29s are operational, your MH-60 helicopters are dunking, anti-defense, air defense, anti-submarine screen, anti-submarine, multi-axis threat defense. All these formations are at sea and they are showing their might. If the adversaries are around, they will see it. They will know your capabilities, what you are going to actually do. And one more thing I would like to tell you. You see, India has banned the merchant ships of Pakistani to come to the Indian harbors. Now, this is a very important issue. We are not only exercising in North Arabian Sea. We have our eyes on Gulf of Hormuz. We have our eyes on the Bab al-Mandeb. We have eyes on this, the Sundra Strait. Because the sea lanes of communication needs to be, our submarines would be around. We would be on deterrence patrol. We have SSBN. So look at those things, which are surprise move. They will maneuver at the right opportunity, at the right target. So Navy is exercising and doing its job.
Well, gentlemen, there's also another interesting thing that is actually happening, and my colleague Niranjan is going to get us the latest details. In fact, Pakistan, like usual, has been imploding. This time, there is a partial coup, and I'm going to explain this. What's the partial coup that we are really talking about in Pakistan? Over to you, Niranjan.
Shravan, the breaking news update that came in is of the partial coup wherein the ISI, the Pakistan ISI, has now completely taken over. The Pakistan Army Chief, Asim Munir, has ensured that his favorite ISI chief, Lieutenant General Asim Malik, has also taken charge as the NSA, which means ISI chief now has a dual role in Pakistan. ISI chief also becomes the NSA, and along with the Pakistan Army Chief, Asim Munir, they call the shots in Pakistan. Shehbaz Sharif has been sidelined completely. I'm handing it over to you, Shravan. If you can take this question with Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni on what this means, the partial coup, Shravan.
Well, in fact, that's an interesting point.
You can take it to him.
It's an effective coup, if I may say so. I'll get that mic for you. It's an effective coup. The reason why I'm saying we are using this word effective coup is because you have the Pakistan ISI chief doubling up the role. This has not happened. Does that indicate that there is a clear divide between the civilian government and the Pakistani army, and the fact that Pakistani army is once again trying to strengthen their base here?
Probably, Niranjan, I think the chief of the army staff of the Pakistan army has lost trust and faith of his own people. Reportedly, about 250 odd officers have almost put in their papers. There were 2,000 to 3,000 men have put in their papers. You find along the LOC, people are running back. They're bringing down the Pakistani flags and going back. Indicative that this Hafiz Munir seems to be having difficulty with his own people. And why the DGISI has been made the national security advisor is because he's the one who actually brought in Sheikh Hasina, because he was the one tasked to make sure that Sheikh Hasina is overthrown, and that someone of their choice, because it was ISI that was playing a big role. And Munir himself is an ex-DG ISI who was responsible for Pulwama. So therefore, he feels that it's his own man over there, and whatever has got to be done. Reportedly, even I understand that their chief is also missing. He's not there, almost missing in action for the last about a week or so. He's not on the social media. There's no account of his, and nobody knows what he's doing. So there is a likely coup that may have taken place, or some kind of a misunderstanding or a hatred towards him, because he was also not considered a very stable general, and that Nawaz Sharif himself was not very
comfortable with
this man.
Colonel Shailendra, can I then ask you, what's really happening? Because why was he so desperate? Because one, the man who created this entire Pulwama episode, the man who right from the beginning, we are given to understand it is General Asif Munir who created this entire plan as far as Pulwama is concerned. And the fact that he wanted to bring back, keep the pot boiling as far as Kashmir is concerned, and that's the reason why this has happened. But where is he losing out right now? Is he losing out?
Shravan, I'll request you, I take objection to calling him journal, because he's no more a journal. He's a Maulana, he's a mullah.
Because of his radical,
the way, no,
the closest, no, it's a fact. It's a fact.
Pakistanis who are saying,
and he has had the most radical teachings, and the fact that he has his entire family, lineage.
I don't mind his lineage. What I'm trying to say is there is a parliamentarian of Pakistan who has said that he will be giving the azan next time.
He has, if I'm not wrong, as far as my information goes, every verses of that he has recited, and that the very fact that he has his entire family part of the entire the Islamic culture. But having said that, it's the radical Islamic culture that he has basically
so sirf ab azan dena hi reh gaya tha na. So now parliament is saying, that lady is saying, Khan, that, and she is the wife of a ex-ISI, by the way, and she has openly said that he is the next man to give the azan now.
Right.
I think there's an indicator available in a parliament. Now coming to the coup, that silent coup which is already on. Why is he not visible? Why is he not in action?
So who's in charge now? Who's in charge?
Oh, he's doing it from background. Obviously, that bunker which is underground. Okay. You know why?
Okay.
Because he has been advised. And when we are analyzing about the silent coup, why he's not seen with the government? Why is he not seen in the committees? Why is he not in the Cabinet Committee of Security? Why is he not visible anywhere?
That's a very interesting point, Niranjan. Colonel Shailendra makes a very interesting point. Not a single photograph. In fact, if I'm not wrong, the Pakistan Prime Minister had put out a photograph, but he's not there, if I'm not wrong. Or he's there.
So he was there in that parade of the
officers. Correct. That was after that's the last picture. 6 days back. 6 days back, Niranjan, you've had the Pakistani army chief being seen in public, and thereafter he's completely disappeared.
Thank you for that, Shavan. Taking a short break here on Republic TV, we are coming back to you with some more breaking news updates. There are some very, very fast-paced developments. At the Attari-Wagah border, Pakistan is telling Pakistanis, we don't want you back. Reminded us of 1999, and you just saw what happened there. The army coup report of what Musharraf did, reminder of 1999. And you look at how Pakistan is not taking back Pakistanis. Takes us back to the Kargil war when they refused to take back bodies of their own soldiers. Back with that report, stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
हर भारतीय का खून आतंकी हमले की तस्वीरों को देखकर खौल रहा है।
इंडिया विल आइडेंटिफाई, ट्रैक एंड पनिश every terrorist. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth.
here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I am a victim of terrorism. I suffered the worst possible genocide and ethnic cleansing. Terrorism unleashed by my neighbor country called Pakistan. Pakistan is a terror nation, it's a terrorist nation. It believes in terrorism, it believes in violence, it believes in killings, it believes in rapes. It believes in bloodshed. It believes in bomb blasts. It believes in war. And it believes in impeace. Pakistan is responsible for my exodus from my home. It is responsible for killing my people. It's responsible for burning my schools, my home, raping my women folk, involving locals to see to it that I'm out of my house. And nearly 4.5 lakh people from my community, the entire community, left their homes and they were in the refugee camps in Jammu and other places of this country. And today also they are in the refugee camps in Jakti, near Udhampur. It's a country which should be declared as terrorist nation by
tank man, be proud to be a tank man, be proud to be a tank man. There's no one like a tank man, there's no one like a
You're watching live and breaking at 4:30 with me, Shravan Sen, taking you through the latest details now coming in with the Navy carrying out exercises off the coast of Gujarat. All this and much more in this edition, but up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Partial coup in Pakistan after ISI Chief General Asim Malik made National Security Advisor Shehbaz Sharif sidelined by Pakistan ISI. Pakistanis have refused to accept their own at the Atari border, closes all counters. India likely to suspend shipping lines and postal services to Pakistan, announcement likely soon. After Navy, Coast Guard has now increased patrolling in the northwestern region. Indian Navy conducts mega surface and subsurface exercise in Arabian Sea. Exercise to continue till 2nd of May. As India-Pakistan tensions escalate, Republic reports from the border front line. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Waves 2025 to boost India's global media and entertainment reach. Well, starting this edition with the latest report coming in from the line of control. Republic with the maximum reporters gets you an insight as to how India has essentially responded to the cowardly attack of Pahalgam. And not just that, over the last few days, multiple ceasefire violations that have taken place along the line of control as well as the international border. This report comes in from the line of control from Uri, filed by my colleague Rakshita.
Right now reporting from Jammu Kashmir's Uri, very close to the line of control, and on our way is the last village at the LOC, that is the Charunda village. Right now it's raining and you can see there are foggy weather, the visibility has gone low, and this is why the security has been beefed up, because this is a very ripe situation for an infiltration bid of the terrorists. Given the weather condition, the terrorists take advantage of such a situation, especially when the visibility goes down, and they could in fact try and infiltrate, and henceforth the security has been beefed up along the way, viewers. And remember, a lot of tensions between India and Pakistan right now at the LOC. The bunkers are being made, community bunkers are being made, and henceforth all the security forces right now, as we report from here, are on high alert.
Taking you now to the state of Punjab, where the border areas have once again been fortified. Villages where bunkers have been created. Now this report comes in from a village called Khemkaran in Punjab. Take a look.
और ये 3 से 4 बंकर हैं. एक बंकर के अंदर मैं जाकर आपको दिखाता हूं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर दुश्मन अगर आगे आ गया, बॉर्डर क्रॉस कर लिया, तो कैसे वहाँ हमें जवाब देना है. ये देखिए यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है MMG 20-21 MMG, यानी MMG से यहाँ पर फायर होता है. मैं इस बंकर के अंदर जाता हूँ. थोड़ा अंधेरा है लेकिन आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करता हूँ. फिलहाल ये बंकर जो बनाए गए हैं उसमें स्पेस है कि 3 से 4 सोल्जर यहाँ पर रह सकते हैं, और यहाँ छिपकर ज़मीन के नीचे ये बंकर बने हुए हैं, ये वार कर सकते हैं. और ये जगह है यहाँ पर 2 MMG यहाँ पर तैनात किए जा सकते हैं. और ये देखिए, ये जो सिरा है यहीं पर रहकर और दुश्मन को छिपकर यहाँ से वार किया जा सकता है. अगर दुश्मन ने आगे बढ़ने की ज़रा से भी हिमाकत की तो यहाँ से वार किया जा सकता है. इस तरह के जो बंकर हैं, ये करीब 5 से 6 बंकर यहाँ बनाए गए हैं, और इस बंकर में यहाँ पर 2 सोल्जर एक साथ तैनात हो सकते हैं. बैकअप के लिए भी यहाँ रह सकते हैं. ये बंकर अभी बनाया गया था उस लड़ाई के बाद से ही डिफेंस के लिए. ये देखकर लग सकता है कि बहुत मजबूत स्थिति में ये बंकर हैं, अभी तैयार हैं. कहीं से भी कोई भी वार करने के लिए अगर पाकिस्तानी आते हैं तो हम उन्हें करारा जवाब दे सकते हैं. इधर मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं कि ये बंकर इस तरह के और भी हैं जो लगातार यहाँ पर तैनाती के लिए, इस तरह के बंकर और भी हैं. मैं ज़रा उमेश आप आगे आएँ तो कुछ और भी बंकर हैं, और ये बंकर बहुत मजबूत बनाए गए हैं, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग हैं. यहाँ तक तो आ ही नहीं सकते, लेकिन अगर कोई आता है तो फिलहाल उसके बाद फिर यहाँ तैनाती की जाती है. MMG के साथ यहाँ पर तैनाती की जाती है ताकि दुश्मन इससे आगे ना बढ़ सके. कहीं से भी घुसपैठ अगर होती है तो घुसपैठियों को भी जवाब दिया जाए. इस तरह के बंकर एक और हैं. ये करीब पूरा आगे तक 5 से 6 बंकर हैं. ये बंकर भी है. फिलहाल इसे ये बंद है फिलहाल अंदर से. ये यहाँ भी इसे हम खोलने की कोशिश, ये बंद किया गया है. एक बंकर हमने दिखाया. इस तरह के कई सारे बंकर आगे तक बने हुए हैं, और ये बताता है कि कैसे तैयारी बहुत स्ट्रांग है, पूरी है. हर जगह से, हर मोर्चे से हम जवाब देने के लिए तैयार हैं.
Well, one of the reasons why most of these villages across the line of control are now taking some bold measures. That's because in any sort of eventuality, you have the villages being the worst affected. Now, In some of these villages, they've already started carrying out certain defense programs. In fact, we're given to understand these are part of a self-defense program that has been carried out in some parts of the LOC. This is a report coming in from my colleague Arawat. क्या बोला? Latest images now coming in from the line of control, where we are being told that civil defense forces have actually reached. My colleague Arawat there, as we are being told that the civil defense services essentially trying to help the villagers to try and help the locals to fortify the area and create the bunkers in those areas. This report now coming in from the LOC. Well, across the country, there is one growing sentiment that it is time to pay back Pakistan. In fact, this report also comes in from the state of Arunachal Pradesh, where several tourists who are there essentially demanding that it is time that Pakistan is shown the mirror. This is a report filed by my colleague Anirudh.
In Eastern Front, Tawang is one of the most visited tourist destination, and even after the escalation in the Western Front, particularly in Pahalgam and Kashmir Valley, there have been rise in tourist footfall in Tawang. We are with some tourists out here in Tawang. We'll listen to them. They had also visited Kashmir earlier. They are now in Arunachal Pradesh. What are the concerns they share, how they see the experiences in border places, and also the hostilities, be it from the Pakistan side or here in the LSE from the Chinese side. There have been hostilities as far as our neighbors are concerned. So how do you see this hostility and the threats that are being issued by China, as well as the threat that has already been triggered by Pakistan?
As far as Pakistan, the recent incidents which happened in Pahalgam, it was a dastardly act, and it was a planned terrorist attack where Hindus were attacked. तो अभी it's time, हम लोग बहुत सालों से देखते आ रहे हैं पाकिस्तान की ये दहशतगर्दी, terrorism. Now it's time to give them back, and give them back in a way they will never forget in life.
Well, let's also take you through some more details now coming in. There is also breaking news coming in with regards to an INS warship that is just docked in Surat. In fact, we're going to take you through the latest details coming in as the Navy carries out multiple exercises, particularly the western border is where you have the Indian Navy not only carrying out drills, but these exercises are also to send across a message to the Pakistani. Barely few nautical miles from where the Pakistanis are carrying out their exercises, you have Indian Navy carrying out full-fledged exercises along with the Coast Guard. This morning news also came in of the Indian Coast Guard essentially carrying out sub-surveillance that has been carried out. Subsurface surveillance, I beg your pardon, was carried out by the Indian Coast Guard, particularly in the forward areas along with the Indian Navy. We'll try and see if we can take you through the latest visuals coming in of the INS warship that has just docked in Surat just a short while back. In fact, this comes at a time when the exercises are being carried out. In fact, this was also welcomed by the leaders in the area, local leaders welcoming the crew members of INS Surat. This is the guided missile warship that is the destroyer that is basically docked in Surat, and one of the recently commissioned now let's take you through the latest details coming in on your screens right now. Latest visuals coming in of Indian Navy's warship that has reached Surat, advanced warship that is docked at the Adani port in Surat. That's the latest coming in with regards to the developments that are essentially taking place. Now, important to point out here is that INS Surat happens to be a guided missile warship. It has some of the state-of-the-art technology and weaponry system installed here. This is a newly commissioned warship that has also been brought in by the Indian Navy. Now, in terms of a simple comparison of the naval power between India and Pakistan, remember, India has a far superior naval power, and that is the reason why, remember, one of the areas where the Pakistanis perhaps are extremely worried is whether at all their Karachi coast remains completely open, and the fact that this could actually lead to a disastrous consequence, what it has happened in the past also in the lead up to the wars that have taken place between India and Pakistan. Take a look at this detailed report that we have put together for you to get a better understanding of the naval exercises that are being carried out.
The tremors from New Delhi have reached Islamabad. Rattled and panicked, Pakistan is on the back foot. Prime Minister Modi granting the Indian Armed Forces full operational freedom to avenge the Pahalgam massacre has thrown Pakistan into a frenzy. And India has intensified its military readiness. The Indian Navy has issued 4 green notifications for firing in a coastal area of the Gujarat coast, just 85 nautical miles from the region where Pakistan is currently conducting its naval drills in the Arabian Sea. Indian Navy has been carrying out various exercises with more demonstrations scheduled over the coming days. The firing notifications are valid from April 30th to May 3rd, 2025. Pakistan has issued its 4th naval missile firing notification in the past week, but has not launched any missile on the previous 3 occasions. The Indian Navy is closely monitoring the situation and Pakistan's activities in the region. These live drills come days after the indigenous guided missile destroyer INS Surat tested a medium-range surface-to-air missile. As India prepares to cut Terror State Park deep, the growing chorus is one: revenge next.
As tension escalates along the border, Pakistan's inferiority is completely reflected in several of the moves that they have made so far. India's military superiority is something that has already been well documented and well displayed all through. In this fiery episode, you have Lieutenant General Raj Shukla taking you through an unfiltered analysis of where India stands at this point in time.
It's been a week since the gruesome, dastardly, cowardly attack in Pahalgam of the 22nd of April, which was enabled by the dog whistling of General Asim Munir on the 16th of April. And we've all seen that. In the week since, a lot of stuff has happened. Just yesterday, we saw the Prime Minister chairing a meeting with the Honorable Raksha Mantri, the NSA, the CDS, and the 3 service chiefs. So let us now take a view on what the likely state of play is. Well, one thing is clear, that Pakistan has thrown down the gauntlet at us. It is challenging our secular fabric, our democratic flow, the return of normalcy to Jammu and Kashmir. It has challenged Bharat and its Bharatiyata. It is also clear that the response to this is going to be potent, calibrated, surgical and powerful. Now, in the bevy of measures that have been taken, from the Indus Water Treaty to cancellation of visas, so on and so forth, to me it does appear that the response will be led, at the forefront of the response will be calibrated military kinetics. Pakistan will feel the brunt of India's military power. Now, this calibrated military kinetics could take various forms across domains: land, sea, air, EW, space, cyber. It will be applied across the escalatory ladder where there are numerous options. There are as many instruments, from special forces to air power to perhaps a blockade. There will also be a very careful choice of the target array. It could be training camps, it could be launch pads of terror, it could be Pakistan ISI installations and the Pakistan Army itself, because this time the architect-in-chief is nobody else than General Asim Munir. In my view, the Indian Armed Forces are broad, they are deep, and they have a wide array of instruments at their disposal. Just look at the air dimension. We have the S-400, which has a range of 600 kilometers. The Pakistanis, even if they have the latest version of the HQ-9 surface-to-air missile, has a range of just 300 kilometers. The Rafale is a 4.5 generation aircraft with Astra beyond visual range missiles, 100 kilometers. The Scalp, the Meteor. The F-16 is only 4th generation. Look at the naval domain. The number of combatant vessels that we have is close to 300, 294. The Pakistanis barely get past the 100 mark. We have 2 aircraft carriers, he has none. We have number of submarines, those which are nuclear powered. We have the sea leg of the nuclear triad. The Pakistan doesn't have this. Let's not go into the land domain where our tanks, 4,000 to 2,000. Artillery pieces, 3 times more of the Pakistanis. So not only in terms of the orchestration of the power, the calibrated military kinetics, but also in bean count, we have a huge lead. Let me also say, from another military metric, from the standpoint of another military metric, we retain the ability to control what is known as escalatory dominance in the land, sea, air, conventional, and even the nuclear domain. It's also time to call the schoolboy bluff of the Pakistanis with regarding to their brandishing these nuclear weapons. See, we will not go by the red lines that they tell us that these are the red lines. We know what their red lines are, and we will so orchestrate the battle so as to keep it below the threshold of the nuclear dimension. So I think in sum, the Pakistanis have committed a grievous error in that gruesome, dastardly assault where they fell so low that they resorted to religious terror, communal terror, religious targeting, where, honeymoons were turned into funerals, where fathers were gunned down to death in front of their sons. This is a big challenge for India and its statecraft. And I have little doubt that this time Pakistan will feel the might and potency of Indian military power being unleashed on them. Thank you.
Place coming in from Pakistan, where Chinese ambassador to Pakistan just held a meeting with the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. In fact, during this meeting, the Prime Minister has basically conveyed his wishes to the President and Premier. On your screens right now, these are the latest visuals coming in right now from Pakistan of the meeting that took place between the Chinese ambassador and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Remember, you've had the Pakistanis extremely worried right now they say that India is going to attack in the next few hours. And that is the reason why they believe that they need to guard up. In fact, they have now gone across to the United Nations begging them for some sort of a help as far as this matter is concerned, hoping that they would be able to dial down the tension. You had Nawaz Sharif actually advising his own brother that he needs to dial down the tension with India and hope for a diplomatic resolution. And thereafter, you've had several of the Pakistani ministers making several comments with regards to if at all India basically carries out an attack, how exactly will they really respond? Now, in the backdrop of that, you've had the Chinese basically coming in. Now, there are several accusations that have been leveled against the Chinese that in a clandestine manner, they're basically trying to also equip the Pakistani army at this point in time in terms of weapon transfers. Now, these are allegations that have been leveled against the Chinese, whether at all they are or not, because for the first time you've had the Chinese also calling out the Pakistanis as far as the terror attack that took place in Pahalgam. But having said that, these meetings are a clear reflection of the fact that Pakistan is extremely worried because they do not know what's really coming their way. And the fact that if at all there is a full-fledged war that actually takes place, whether at all Pakistan will be able to sustain all this by themselves. And that is the reason why the Chinese help becomes extremely crucial at this point in time. This entire meeting with the Chinese ambassador, we are being told, the latest inputs now coming in from our reporters in Pakistan is the fact that this is the first meeting that has taken place between Shehbaz Sharif and Chinese ambassador. This meeting comes in the backdrop of several attacks that have actually taken place in Balochistan. And the fact of the matter is this, that Pakistan finds itself split at two ends, one at the Durand line and here as far as the western border is, our western border is concerned. So at clear ends, in both these cases you're seeing Pakistan being completely stretched out at this stage, and that is the reason why a Chinese intervention is what the Pakistanis are really hoping. You have the ambassador of China going and meeting right now Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. This is the latest information coming in. Well, it's the same old rhetoric. You have the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti, as well as Farooq Abdullah, who is once again advocating for those very terrorists who have been involved in the Pahalgam attack. Following the Pahalgam attack, remember, you've had the security forces completely demolishing the houses of these active terrorists operating from Pakistan. Their residents were basically demolished by the security forces. You have Mehbooba Mufti and Farooq Abdullah, they're bleeding heart right now for these very active terrorists, saying that demolition of their houses wasn't really appropriate. Well, in fact, this is not the first statement that Mehbooba Mufti has made in favor of these very terrorists. In fact, she has gone a step ahead. And now you have Farooq Abdullah also joining the same very bandwagon. Listen in to both the leaders.
कई लोगों के मकान उड़ाए गए. अब मुझे बताइए, अगर बेटा मिलिटेंट बन जाता है तो बाप की क्या जिम्मेवारी है उसमें? माँ की या बहनों की क्या जिम्मेवारी है? उड़ा दिया. किस लिए उड़ा दिया? मुझे बताइए, उससे क्या हम लोग मजबूत होंगे? उससे जो हमारी यकजहती है, क्या उस पर धक्का नहीं आ सकता? लोग नहीं सोचेंगे ये क्या हो रहा है? इन्हें हर बात पे 1000 दफ़ा सोचना चाहिए. उस एक्शन से कहीं हमारे में जो एक यकजहती हो गई है उसको नुकसान तो नहीं पहुंचे. मगर वो दफ्तरों में बैठ के ये फैसले करते हैं, ये नहीं देखते हैं कि इसका असर क्या होगा.
I don't think between India and Pakistan relations will ever improve unless the army goes. People of Pakistan want friendship with India. People. But not the hierarchy there. When the people's government will come, I am sure there will be peace between India and Pakistan.
मेरी गुजारिश है होम मिनिस्टर साहब से
कि हम समझते हैं, हम तकलीफ को समझते हैं, हम इस तकलीफ को महसूस करते हैं। तो पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है, मगर जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जो उन्होंने इस तकलीफ को 30-35 साल से बर्दाश्त किया, और हम समझते हैं इस बात को। तो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जैसे जो मिलिटेंट्स के साथ डील करते हुए ये ज़रूरी है कि ध्यान रखा जाए कि आम लोगों के घर न गिराया जाए। और इसी तरह जो आपने एक एडवाइजरी की है कि जो लोग यहाँ बाहर से आए हुए हैं, पाकिस्तान से आए हुए, तो उसमें कोई ऐसे लोग हैं, ऐसी औरतें हैं जिनकी शादी 30 साल 40 साल पहले हुई है, या मतलब जिनके बच्चे हैं, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं, उनका घर तो हिंदुस्तान है, वो तो अपने आप को हिंदुस्तानी समझते हैं, वो इस वक्त इस उम्र में कहाँ जाएंगे। तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि होम मिनिस्टर साहब इसका सिंपैथेटिक व्यू लेंगे और इस तरह से जो है उन लोगों को अपना घर बार छोड़ने के लिए, क्योंकि आज तक 30 साल से 40 साल से रह रहे हैं और वो कभी भी उन्होंने मुल्क के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं, कोई काम नहीं किया।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
हर भारतीय का खून आतंकी हमले की तस्वीरों को देखकर खौल रहा है।
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I am a victim of terrorism. I suffered the worst possible genocide and ethnic cleansing. Terrorism unleashed by my neighbor country called Pakistan. Pakistan is a terror nation, it's a terrorist nation. It believes in terrorism, it believes in violence, it believes in killings, it believes in rapes. It believes in bloodshed. It believes in bomb blasts. It believes in war. And it believes in impeace. Pakistan is responsible for my exodus from my home. It is responsible for killing my people. It's responsible for burning my schools, my home, raping my women folk, involving locals to see to it that I'm out of my house. and nearly 4.5 lakh people from my community, the entire community, left their homes and they were in the refugee camps in Jammu and other places of this country. And today also they are in the refugee camps in Jakti, near Udhampur. It's a country which should be declared as terrorist nation by India, if not United Nations, because I have no hopes on the powers apart from my country. Pakistan has been constantly troubling us. Blast.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome to 5 p.m. Live and breaking. Once it refused to take its soldiers who were martyred for them, killed by Indian Army Pak during the Kargil war. Now Pakistan refuses to take its own citizens. Even as a veritable coup is panning out in Islamabad with Rawalpindi generals plotting and scheming against the civilian government. Well, that's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Partial coup in Pakistan after ISI chief Lieutenant General Asim Malik made NSA, the National Security Advisor, Shehbaz Sharif, sidelined by the Pak ISI. Pakistanis have refused to accept their own at the Atari border, closes all counters. India likely to suspend shipping lines and postal services to Pakistan, announcement likely soon. After Navy, Coast Guard has now increased patrolling in the northwestern region. Indian Navy conducts mega surface and subsurface exercise in Arabian Sea. Exercises to continue till 2nd of May. That's tomorrow. As India-Pakistan tensions escalate, Republic reports from the border front line. And Prime Minister at a global media event inaugurates Waves 2025 to boost India's global media and entertainment reach. All right, let's begin with a breaking news development coming in from Islamabad, where it seems the Chinese are now getting in. The Chinese ambassador to Pakistan has had a meeting with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. And during this meeting, it seems that Shehbaz Sharif sought more support from the Chinese even as they face war, after eliciting the help of Allah, like it happened in the case of the Pakistani Defense Minister last evening. Now, on the ground, the Pakistanis want the Chinese to come to their rescue if there is a war. When India retaliates in response to the Pahalgam terror attack, the Pakistanis, already jittery and nervous, are seeking Chinese help. And these are pictures from Islamabad, where the Chinese envoy to Pakistan is meeting Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Now look at this, an ambassador level officer meeting in a delegation format, and that gives you an idea of who controls the Pakistanis effectively. The Chinese ambassador meeting there. And we are going to have a reporter live soon. Essentially, these are pictures coming in from Islamabad. And remember, China is the only country which has very publicly stated that it's going to militarily stand with Pakistan. We had their Foreign Minister Wang Yi forgetting all the understandings reached as part of a thaw between India and China, and quickly changing colors and announcing that if Pakistan finds itself in difficulty, China would stand by its side. An all-weather friendship there. And we are seeing in these pictures how Chinese effectively control. You look at the body language, you realize that, look at this body language. Shehbaz Sharif, an expression of helplessness. And they have Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar. And there is a looming army officer in the backdrop also sitting there. And this could possibly be General Asim Mulk. We have to again look at the pictures to realize if that is the case, because Pakistani ISI has effectively carried out a coup by planting the ISI chief as the National Security Advisor. And yes, that seems to be the case. Okay, let's go to Shawan Sen, our senior editor. He's joining us live from newsroom. Shawan, these pictures really give us an idea of the kind of relationship that exists between China and Pakistan, with Pakistan, of course, the junior partner, effectively a protectorate of Pakistan, of China. Given the announcements that have come in from Beijing, Shawan, you think they are discussing a possible Indian response and how China and Pakistan could coordinate?
Well, two quick points here, Abhishek. One, with regards to the fact that, look at the timing of this meeting. This meeting takes place at a time when there is an effective coup that is taking place. For the first time, you have the NSA, the National Security Advisor, being doubled up by a Pakistani army general. Secondly, you do not have the Pakistani army general to be seen in public for the last 6 days. He wasn't seen before that. Now, it's important to point out here is that the Pakistanis are essentially relying upon the Chinese help. And there are multiple reports that basically suggest that there is a possible weapon transfer that is actually taking place. Now, there is nothing to really authenticate the information really coming in at this point in time, but multiple reports suggesting that the Chinese is coming to some sort of a rescue for the Pakistanis right now at a time when they're losing the plot. Look at what has happened in Balochistan over the last 48 hours. And the fact that several of the Chinese projects are under complete threat in Balochistan itself, and that is the reason why the Chinese would be effectively worried at this point in time. The second is that Pakistanis do find themselves completely stretched at this stage, and that is the reason why. Remember, in the last few hours, in the last few days in particular, you have seen the Pakistani army even deserting their own posts along the line of control. So the situation is quite dire. Secondly, you've had the Pakistani establishment in complete loggerheads with the Pakistani army. Nawaz Sharif had to actually step in, advising his own brother that find a resolution with India. Then you have had the Pakistani defense minister invoking Allah. Third, you have had the foreign minister basically responding to this entire issue by simply saying, putting out that the empty threat of a nuclear war to basically take place. So right now they are in a complete disarray as far as the Pakistani army and the ISI is concerned. Right now, remember, the Pakistani army chief wanted to just consolidate his position, and that is the reason why the kind of warmongering that has taken place on the part of the Pakistani army general, which hasn't really gone down well with the Pakistani establishment. And effectively you have the favorites now basically taking over in Pakistan.
Right, Shawan, thank you so much with those updates. Clearly a case of Pakistan beefing up its support with its allies, anticipating, as we have seen in those statements coming in from their leadership, a response, a military response from India, which obviously would come. But Pakistan is there clearly going with a begging bowl, eliciting support. For now, we leave it there, and moving on, we have in fact a breaking news coming in, which is that immigration sources say that Pakistan has refused to accept its own citizens. These are the citizens who were deported by India. We now learn that Pakistanis have refused to accept their own at the Atari border. The Indian immigration services have confirmed this information, and Pakistan has closed all counters and refused to take back their own Atari border since today early morning 8 o'clock time. And look at these pictures. There was a time when Pakistan refused to take the bodies of its soldiers who were killed by Indian forces in the armed conflict during Kargil, and now refusing its citizens themselves. We have a ground report from Atari Wagah border, filed by Sumit Jha. Let's have a look.
और ये 3 से 4 बंकर हैं। एक बंकर के अंदर मैं जाकर आपको दिखाता हूं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर दुश्मन अगर आगे आ गया, बॉर्डर क्रॉस कर लिया, तो कैसे वहाँ हमें जवाब देना है। ये देखिए यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है MMG 20-21 MMG, यानी MMG से यहाँ पर फायर होता है। मैं इस बंकर के अंदर जाता हूँ, थोड़ा अंधेरा है लेकिन आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करता हूँ। फिलहाल ये बंकर जो बनाए गए हैं उसमें स्पेस है।
Okay, we cut out of it because there is another breaking news development, which is that Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken to his United States counterpart and Pete Hegseth. This information coming in through sources, and this comes on the back of External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar getting a call from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, which happened late last night, post midnight in fact. So within a day now, topmost level engagement happening between India and the United States. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar talking to his counterpart Marco Rubio, who's Secretary of State, and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense of the United States, is speaking to Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. These are, of course, talks in the backdrop of the ongoing situation on India's western front with Pakistan, and India deciding to inflict costs of terror. And while we build up to our kinetic or military response, the world wants to obviously engage, to which of course there is no problem. We continue to do that, and in these conversations impress upon the world community to understand that Pakistan cannot be allowed to get away. Like it happened last evening when S. Jaishankar told Marco Rubio that India has suffered as a victim of terror. We have our right to respond. We have our right to make sure that Pakistan pays the price of its harboring of terrorism, and India's patience is running thin. Okay, and as these hectic parleys go on, essentially we are seeing world community getting involved. We have seen at least 50 nations come out with statements, and more than a dozen and a half world leaders directly call Indian leadership, most of them talking to Prime Minister, some of them talking to External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also, and in this case now the Defense Secretary of the United States speaking to Rajnath Singh. All right, moving on now, but staying with this story, we are not leaving this. Major General Bishambar Dayal briefed how the Kargil war is different from the current situation between India and Pakistan. He also adds that how the objectives were different during the Kargil war and the current situation, what we need to do. Of course, General Bishambar Dayal is someone who saw action during the Kargil war, and he's someone who comes with a lot of experience. Listen to him.
The war in Kargil, since now it's a past war, we can easily define what happened. But the war which is impending, there is a lot which the government has to decide, and I am nobody at this juncture to say how it will be fought. But I can only give you how it should be fought. Firstly, the Kargil war, if you remember, we had a very limited objective. We had a defined objective. The war was, the aim of the war was very easy to define. It was very difficult to fight. It was very, very difficult to get to the objective, but the objective was known. The war was fought on our territory. The enemy had come and captured our territory. We had to take the territory back. So it was a war which was limited to that particular area, and we never opened up the war beyond Kargil. So the objective was very well defined, the aim was very clear, and the forces were mustered to do that. It was difficult terrain and very difficult terrain and very intensive war where we suffered intensive casualties, high rate of casualties. So that was the war, Kargil war. But it was a war of ultimate bravery by the units. It was fought at unit level. Our units fought it. I mean, there was no strategic move, there was no strategic maneuvering, there was no, I would say, grand strategy. If we have to now fight a war, the aim of the war would be what? We have to think of it. No, the objective of the war. The aim of the war is to bring Pakistan to a situation, to a negotiating table where it is on our terms and conditions, and either Pakistan completely agrees to eliminate the terrorism from its own territory and eliminate all support of terrorism which is providing to us, and also to resolve the J&K issue once for all. If the objective is like that, then probably I'm of the opinion that war cannot be limited to POK. Why should India go to POK? Why should it suffer more casualties? It's difficult terrain, he's prepared, we are face to face, he's also ready, we are also ready. Why should we suffer casualty? We have massive superiority over Pakistan in terms of air power, in terms of naval power, in terms of mechanized power. We have these forces which are much more superior and where we have much more quick results. Quick results, when I say, does not mean that the result is ready, but when we draw him to battle, we not only inflict casualties on him, but we will inflict heavy economic casualties on him, because he would have to mobilize his forces, he will have to use his mechanized forces, mobilization, his air power if he mobilizes whatever limited navy he has got, he is going to incur heavy expenditure in terms of economy, no? So the war, next war, and this war, and India must fight, because you see, in last 30 years, he had not come to negotiating table. The Kargil war doesn't lead him to negotiating table. He never came there for any negotiation. He never made any concession. He had captured our territory. We threw him back. We captured our territory. In this case, the war will be fought on our terms and conditions. The war will be fought on the terrain of Pakistan. The war will, if we fight a war, the war will be against his strategic strength, against his strategic objectives, against his strategic power so the war, next war, will be very, very intense war. It will be across the front if India has to fight. If India has to avoid casualties, own casualties, then it has to fight across the frontier, draw him closer to the IB, hit his strategic objective which are in the close proximity, whether it is township, whether it is there, whatever it is there, I don't want to name them. So the war, next war, if at all, and which India must, if at all, though I'm using because I'm not the decision maker, but India must, because there is no other way. Otherwise, our generations have suffered. 3 generations have suffered over the last 70 years in the name of, Pakistan saying it is 2 nations and J&K's unfinished agenda. What I'm saying is this agenda must finish on our terms and conditions, and we must take POK. If we go to war, we will suffer. We will also suffer economically. We will also have some casualty, but we can withstand that. And in the next war, we must diminish his military power. Remember, in Kargil, we did not diminish his military power. His aircraft remained intact. His mechanized forces remained intact. His artillery, bulk of artillery remained intact. We only captured and demolished, threw him away from our territory, killed his people. We need to destroy his military power, his mechanized forces, his air forces, his naval capability. When we do that, then the next war will be different, and probably there will be a long, long time, like the Second World War ended, and Europe did not have major war for a long, long time. That sort of a result we got to achieve, which results into his military leadership being overthrown by its political leadership, and its political leadership sees the day of the light and comes to a negotiating table and agrees to the terms and conditions which India wants. So the next war, if we fight, will be much different than, it should be different than Kargil. It should not be limited. It should not be limited to an area. It should not be area-centric. It should be broad-centric in drawing his major military power and destroying the military power.
Staying with this, more on this, in fact, and reports coming in that Pakistan has again attempted infiltration, and in doing so, 5 infiltrators were killed, with Indian security agencies engaging that module. This encounter happened and heavy exchange of firing took place in border areas. Let's have a look.
We are here in Marsari village, which is located just 10 kilometers from the LOC, making it a very easy route, a very easy point for the infiltrators to get inside this side of the Kashmir and to get even into the interiors of Kashmir. Now today we bring you a story of infiltration that took place 3 years back. 3 years back, 5 group of men, a group of infiltrators had chosen the route of Shamsha Bari mountain. This is the very mountain, this is the very active route as per the villagers of Marsari village. This has been a very active route chosen by the infiltrators from the other side. They chose the Shamsha Bari mountain via the Ragini village to get inside the Marsari village. And now when they came down, they crossed this particular bridge, this river bridge, and came up here. Now the attempt, the motive that day was to even get into the interiors of Kashmir, but due to the extreme weather conditions and the snow-capped mountains, the infiltrators were restricted and could not move ahead. So that very day they tried to take accommodation here in this village, in the nearby houses. However, they were denied by the villagers, and that's when they found this particular house, which used to be a 2-story house back then. The day they arrived here and took a haven here inside this house, the military officials, the army officials were tipped off about this. And the very next day, the army officials had arrived. As per the locals, back then it used to be a 2-story house wherein these 5 infiltrators had stayed here. Now, the very next day when the army officials had arrived here after their trip off, they came here on this side of the road. As soon as the convoy of the army officials arrived here, since it used to be a 2-story building, one of the infiltrators came outside and started firing at the army convoy. However, the firing continued, the exchange of the firing continued. It started at 11 a.m. and ended at 7 p.m. If we zoom in the camera, you can see the holes. These holes are the witness of the heavy exchange of firing that took place back then, 3 years back, between the army officials and the 5 infiltrators. This encounter continued from 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. and then all the 5 infiltrators were killed after 8 hours, which started at 11 a.m. and ended at 7 p.m. All the 5 infiltrators were killed after 8 hours of heavy exchange between the army officials and the infiltrators. This is one such story, but if locals are to be believed, Marsari village has witnessed many such stories of infiltration over the years.
All right, as India prepares its military response, all arms of the defense forces are in a state of operational readiness. The Indian Navy is conducting live fire drills in the Arabian Sea off the Porbandar coast in Gujarat. These exercises involve full spectrum of naval capabilities, including surface-to-surface missile launches, even some under-surface operations which involve our submarines. Our executive editor Niranjan Narayan Swamy explains this to you with great detail. Take a listen.
There is an intense India-Pakistan face-off in the Arabian Sea. And this is as naval posturing heats up of both India and Pakistan, and the tensions between both nations have found a new flashpoint, and that is in the Arabian Sea. The Indian Navy is currently, as we speak, conducting live firing drills in the Arabian Sea off the coast of Porbandar. And this is off the coast of Gujarat. And these exercises, the naval exercises, involve a full spectrum of naval capabilities, including surface-to-surface missile launches, gunnery practice, underscoring India's intent to maintain a robust maritime posture in the region. Now, these drills are being carried out as part of a planned naval readiness operation and are aimed at enhancing combat preparedness, joint operational coordination in the Arabian Sea, and that's the message that our Navy is sending out. What is most interesting is the proximity. Look at the proximity of India's position vis-a-vis Pakistan's own concurrent naval exercises, which are around the same region. And Indian naval units are reported to be holding their drills about 85 nautical miles from the area where Pakistan naval forces are conducting live fire maneuvers of their own. Now, this close distance between the two sets of operations has also heightened alert levels in both India and Pakistan, with both countries using the opportunity to signal maritime dominance, strategic deterrence. But Pakistan Navy is no match for India in either the capabilities or the sheer might, the number of submarines, frigates, anything, resources. Our Navy is far, far superior, and that is why this naval face-off in the Arabian Sea adds a maritime dimension to the long-standing India-Pakistan rivalry, which has traditionally played out across land and air domains. And as India expands its maritime strategy in the Indo-Pacific region, for example, and Pakistan strengthens ties with its allies like China, which is giving it arms now, the Arabian Sea now becomes a fast emerging, a critical theater of military signaling. And for now, the maneuvers remain drills. Drills for now, live firing drills, second time in the last 1 week. But the tension they symbolize is very, very real.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
हर भारतीय का खून आतंकी हमले की तस्वीरों को देखकर खौल रहा है।
इंडिया विल आइडेंटिफाई, ट्रैक एंड पनिश every terrorist. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I am a victim of terrorism. I suffered the worst possible genocide and ethnic cleansing. Terrorism unleashed by my neighbor country called Pakistan. Pakistan is a terror nation, it's a terrorist nation. It believes in terrorism, it believes in violence, it believes in killings, it believes in rapes. It believes in bloodshed. It believes in bomb blasts. It believes in war. And it believes in impeace. Pakistan is responsible for my exodus from my home. It is responsible for killing my people. It's responsible for burning my schools, my home, raping my women folk, involving locals to see to it that I'm out of my house. And nearly 4.5 lakh people from my community, the entire community, left their homes and they were in the refugee camps in Jammu and other places of this country. And today also they are in the refugee camps in Jakti, near Udhampur. It's a country which should be declared as terrorist nation by India, if not United Nations, because I have no hopes on the powers apart from my country. Pakistan has been constantly troubling us. Blasts, attacks, massacres. It has constantly seen to it that our country, which is going on the rise, again comes down. It creates panic in our country. It creates
अपनी लड़ाई लड़े हैं और आज वो ये न समझ ले कि हमारे 27 नागरिकों का जान लेकर ये लड़ाई जीते हो। मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चाहे उत्तर पूर्व हो, चाहे वामपंथी उग्रवाद का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे कश्मीर पर पड़ी आतंकवाद की छाया हो, हर चीज का मजबूती के साथ हमने जवाब दिया है। और अगर कोई एक कायराना हमला कर ये समझता है कि हमारी बड़ी जीत है, तो एक बात मन से समझ लीजिए, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इस देश की इंच इंच भूमि पर से आतंकवाद को मूल समेत उखाड़ने का हमारा संकल्प है और वो सिद्ध होकर रहेगा। और इस लड़ाई में न केवल 140 करोड़ भारतीय, पूरी दुनिया भारत के साथ खड़ी है। लामबंद होकर सभी दुनिया के देश एक मुश्त होकर आतंकवाद के खिलाफ ये लड़ाई में भारत की जनता के साथ खड़े हैं। और मैं फिर से संकल्प दोहराना चाहता हूं, जब तक आतंकवाद समाप्त नहीं होगा हमारी लड़ाई चालू रहेगी। और जिन लोगों ने एक कृत्य किया है उसका उचित दंड उनको निश्चित रूप से दिया जाएगा। भाइयों बहनों, आज बोडोफा उपेंद्रनाथ ब्रह्मा की 9 फुट ऊंची प्रतिमा का यहां अनावरण किया गया। बोडोफा न केवल बोडोलैंड के लिए, न केवल बोडो जाति के लिए, समस्त आदिवासी समुदाय के लिए सम्मान, पहचान और समान अधिकारों की लड़ाई के लिए जाने जाते हैं। इतने छोटे से कालखंड में देश के एक विषम क्षेत्र में जन्मे आदिवासी बच्चे ने पूरे जनजातीय समाज को एकजुट कर अपने अधिकार के लिए शांतिपूर्ण मार्ग पर लड़ने की शिक्षा दी। हम बोडो है, इसका हमें गर्व है और इस सूत्र को लेकर बोडोफा ने दारुण गरीबी में जीने वाले, मैं आज उन सभी आतंक की भेंट चढ़ने वाले हमारे नागरिकों को, उनके परिवारजनों को कहना चाहता हूं, एक क्षति सिर्फ आपकी क्षति नहीं है, आपके जितना ही दर्द देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में है, हर नागरिक इतना ही दुख का अभिव्यक्ति करना चाहता है। और मैं आज पूरे देश की जनता को यह बताना चाहता हूं कि 90 के दशक से कश्मीर में जो आतंकवाद चला रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जीरो टॉलरेंस का नीति है। हम मजबूती के साथ अपनी लड़ाई लड़े हैं और आज वो ये न समझ ले कि हमारे 27 नागरिकों का जान लेकर ये लड़ाई जीते हो। मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चाहे उत्तर पूर्व हो, चाहे वामपंथी उग्रवाद का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे कश्मीर पर पड़ी आतंकवाद की छाया हो, हर चीज का मजबूती के साथ हमने जवाब दिया है। और अगर कोई एक कायराना हमला कर ये समझता है कि हमारी बड़ी जीत है, तो एक बात मन से समझ लीजिए, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इस देश की इंच इंच भूमि पर से आतंकवाद को मूल समेत उखाड़ने का हमारा संकल्प है और वो सिद्ध होकर रहेगा। मैं आज उन सभी आतंक की भेंट चढ़ने वाले हमारे नागरिकों को, उनके परिवारजनों को कहना चाहता हूं, एक क्षति सिर्फ आपकी क्षति नहीं है, आपके जितना ही दर्द देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में है, हर नागरिक इतना ही दुख का अभिव्यक्ति करना चाहता है। और मैं आज पूरे देश की जनता को यह बताना चाहता हूं कि 90 के दशक से कश्मीर में जो आतंकवाद चला रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जीरो टॉलरेंस का नीति है। हम मजबूती के साथ अपनी लड़ाई लड़े हैं और आज वो ये न समझ ले कि हमारे 27 नागरिकों का जान लेकर ये लड़ाई जीते हो। मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चाहे उत्तर पूर्व हो, चाहे वामपंथी उग्रवाद का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे कश्मीर पर पड़ी आतंकवाद की छाया हो, हर चीज का मजबूती के साथ हमने जवाब दिया है। और अगर कोई एक कायराना हमला कर कर ये समझता है कि हमारी बड़ी जीत है, तो एक बात मन से समझ लीजिए, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इस देश की इंच इंच भूमि पर से आतंकवाद को मूल समेत उखाड़ने का हमारा संकल्प है और वो सिद्ध होकर रहेगा। मैं आज उन सभी आतंक की भेंट चढ़ने वाले हमारे नागरिकों को, उनके परिवारजनों को कहना चाहता हूं, एक क्षति सिर्फ आपकी क्षति नहीं है, आपके जितना ही दर्द देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में है, हर नागरिक इतना ही दुख का अभिव्यक्ति करना चाहता है। और मैं आज पूरे देश की जनता को यह बताना चाहता हूं कि 90 के दशक से कश्मीर में जो आतंकवाद चला रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जीरो टॉलरेंस का नीति है। हम मजबूती के साथ अपनी लड़ाई लड़े हैं और आज वो ये न समझ ले कि हमारे 27 नागरिकों का जान लेकर ये लड़ाई जीते हो। मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चाहे उत्तर पूर्व हो, चाहे वामपंथी उग्रवाद का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे कश्मीर पर पड़ी आतंकवाद की छाया हो, हर चीज का मजबूती के साथ हमने जवाब दिया है। और अगर कोई एक कायराना हमला कर कर ये समझता है कि हमारी बड़ी जीत है, तो एक बात मन से समझ लीजिए, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इस देश की इंच इंच भूमि पर से आतंकवाद को मूल समेत उखाड़ने का हमारा संकल्प है और वो सिद्ध होकर रहेगा।
Modi government's clear resolve fighting terrorism. Now you have Union Home Minister Amit Shah making that statement just about a few days ago. You've had the Prime Minister making it very clear. We will hunt down each one of them. Listen in to what the Prime Minister had to say just about a few days ago.
मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। सजा मिलकर के रहेगी। टुडे फ्रॉम द सॉइल ऑफ बिहार I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve.
How India pays back, it's our timing, our choice. That's what the government had to say. Ladies and gentlemen, as far as Pakistan is concerned, Pakistan has done this in the past. They did not take back their own soldiers. Now they're not taking back their own citizens. A report coming in from Atari. In fact, with Pakistani nationals being asked to leave India, Pakistanis have refused to take them. Now, this report that has been filed by my colleague Sumit, coming in from Atari, gives you a clear example of where Pakistan stands today. They do not even stand with their own citizens. Take a look.
और ये 3 से 4 बंकर हैं। एक बंकर के अंदर मैं जाकर आपको दिखाता हूं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर दुश्मन अगर आगे आ गया, बॉर्डर क्रॉस कर लिया, तो कैसे वहाँ हमें जवाब देना है। ये देखिए यहाँ पर लिखा हुआ है MMG 20-21 MMG, यानी MMG से यहाँ पर फायर होता है। मैं इस बंकर के अंदर जाता हूँ। ये वो सामने आ रही है कि अपने मुल्क के लोग जो 45 दिन पहले आए थे, वो 3-4 दिन में तो वापस जाना पड़ रहा है, लेकिन उन्हें अब अपने मुल्क में ही वापस लेने से इनकार कर रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान के लोग अब यहाँ इस धूप में बैठे हुए हैं, इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि कब उन्हें वापस भेजा जाएगा। लेकिन आज भी स्थिति ये है कि 9 बजे से, समझिए सुबह 9 बजे से अब 4 बजने को है, और ये तो अब परेड का टाइम है, तो इसके बाद तो यहाँ से भी मुमकिन नहीं है। आप लोग सर कहाँ से आए थे? राजौरी से।
जी,
कहाँ जाना है?
वो 2 हमारे रिलेटिव हैं, उनको पाकिस्तान जाना है।
कितने बजे से यहाँ वेट कर रहे हैं?
हम तो 10:30 से यहाँ वेट कर रहे हैं।
तो बाकी दिन तो हम भी यहाँ पर थे, दोपहर 12 बजे तक सब क्लियर हो जाता था, 10 बजे से जाने देते थे। आज क्यों रोका गया है?
क्या पता, हमें तो नहीं पता है। वो कह रहे हैं,
खबर ये है कि उस तरफ जो है गेट बंद कर दिया गया है। पाकिस्तानी जो रेंजर्स हैं उन्होंने कह दिया कि हम नहीं लेंगे अपने लोगों को, आप पाकिस्तानी को।
अच्छा, हमें नहीं पता है ना, क्योंकि हमें
जो रिलेटिव हैं पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं, वो ये सोच कर आए थे कि हम वापस अपने वतन जाएंगे।
तो वो बीमार हैं, वो चलने के काबिल नहीं है।
पाकिस्तान के लोग ही मना कर रहे हैं अपने ही लोगों को वापस लेने से। ये तो बेशर्मी है।
अब क्या पता, हम तो नहीं जानते इतना।
मतलब ये स्थिति होनी चाहिए क्या कि पाकिस्तान के लोग जाना चाह रहे हैं अपने वतन और कह रहे हैं कि हम नहीं लेंगे?
क्या बताएं।
और भी लोग हैं जो यहाँ पर पाकिस्तान से आए थे और इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि हम वापस जाएंगे, लेकिन अब जो कि टूरिस्ट भी आने लगे हैं, यानी परेड का समय हो गया है। आज ये यहीं रह सकते हैं, इन्हें वापस नहीं लिया गया। एक तरह से आप इसे मान सकते हैं कि अब कोई भी बातचीत नहीं होगी, इन्हें वापस नहीं लिया जा रहा है। कुछ और भी लोग हैं जो इधर उधर गाड़ी से निकल कर, चूँकि गाड़ी में धूप है तो कुछ इधर बैठे हुए हैं, उनसे भी हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। आपके अपने ही वतन वापस नहीं लिया जा रहा है, आपके अपने ही लोग वापस नहीं ले रहे हैं आपको, क्या कहेंगे? कुछ नहीं बोलना है, यहीं इंतजार करते रहेंगे क्या? यहीं इंतजार करते रहेंगे? 2 मिनट आवाज नहीं आ रही, आप इसे नीचे कर लीजिए, आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
हम नहीं हैं, हम इधर के हैं।
हाँ, तो आपके रिलेटिव होंगे।
नहीं, वो पीछे हैं।
तो उनको वापस नहीं लिया जा रहा है।
अब हम क्या कर सकते हैं, क्या कर सकते?
बात नहीं। आप कहाँ से आए हैं? आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम राजौरी से आए।
कहाँ जाना है आपको?
जाना था इनको डिपोर्ट किया ना, उसके लिए जाना था इनको।
ये कौन है आपके?
ये मेरी कज़न है।
तो इनको डिपोर्ट किया गया है, लेकिन पाकिस्तान इन्हें वापस नहीं ले रहा है।
हमें ये पता नहीं है, बॉर्डर तक हम पहुँचे नहीं। 10:30 बजे आए थे सुबह।
सुबह 10:30 बजे से वहाँ वेट कर रहे हैं?
जी जी।
पाकिस्तान में कहाँ से आई थी आप?
ये नहीं बोल सकते।
एक सेकंड नीचे थोड़ा नीचे कीजिए।
फैसलाबाद से।
फैसलाबाद से
जी।
आपको पता है कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गेट बंद कर दिया गया है?
अच्छा, नहीं पता जी।
वो लोग वापस नहीं ले रहे हैं, इसलिए यहाँ से आप अंदर नहीं जा पा रही हैं।
जी जी।
Well, joining us from Atari border is Sumit. Sumit, इस वक्त क्या जानकारी है, क्योंकि थोड़ी देर पहले हमें यह बताया जा रहा था कि पाकिस्तानी रेंजर्स ने गेट बंद कर दिए गए थे। क्या इसके पीछे कोई कारण उन्होंने बताया कि आखिरकार क्यों बंद कर रहे हैं? We'll try and reconnect with Sumit in a short while from now. As the report basically emerging from Atari right now, that you've had the Pakistani Rangers shutting the gates, not allowing Pakistani citizens to return. In fact, typical to what the Pakistanis have done. In fact, this is a similar situation also playing out as far as the Afghan border is concerned. Now, let me go back to my colleague Sumit. Sumit, जो सवाल मैं पूछ रहा था वो कि क्या कुछ जानकारी मिल पा रही कि आखिरकार पाकिस्तान अपने ही नागरिकों को क्यों नहीं लेना चाह रहे? क्या पाकिस्तानी रेंजर्स ने कोई ऑफिशियल ऑर्डर जारी की है? उन्होंने कुछ बताया कि क्या कारण हो सकता है?
देखिए, उधर से कुछ भी बात नहीं की जा रही है, जबकि यहाँ कहा भी गया है कि बीएसएफ की ओर से अब मीटिंग्स भी वहाँ पर की गई, बात भी की गई कि आपके अपने नागरिक वेट कर रहे हैं, आप इन्हें वापस लीजिए। अब देखिए, मैं आपको दिखाना चाह रहा हूँ, यही रोड, इसी सड़क पर गाड़ियों की लंबी कतार थी और थक हार कर, इंतजार कर, गुहार लगाकर, अपील करते हुए पाकिस्तानी नागरिक थक चुके हैं। उसके बाद फिर वो वापस चले गए। मैंने पूछा भी कि कहाँ जाएंगे आप, तो वो उन्होंने कहा देखते हैं। कल रात से इंतजार कर रहे थे। इसके बगल में एक मैदान है, कल रात कुछ पाकिस्तानी नागरिक यहीं पर रुके हुए थे। आज यहाँ पर नहीं है, हमने देखा आसपास कहीं रुके हैं कि नहीं। यहाँ पर आज नहीं रुके हुए हैं। अब क्या करेंगे, वो वापस कहीं रुकेंगे, कहीं रिलेटिव के यहाँ रुकेंगे, ये देखना होगा। फिलहाल आज का पूरा दिन बीत चुका है, परेड चुकी हो रहा है, 4 बजे के बाद से एंट्री बंद हो जाती है। तो अब यहाँ पर कोई भी पाकिस्तानी नहीं बचा हुआ है। कुछ देर पहले तक ज़रूर पाकिस्तानी थे, कुछ पाकिस्तानी नागरिक ज़रूर नज़र आ रहे हैं जो बात करने से कतरा रहे थे, वो अभी भी बैठे हुए हैं। इस उम्मीद में ये लोग हैं कि हमें जाने दिया जाए, लेकिन गेट नहीं खोला गया, ये सबसे बड़ी बात है। और सवाल यही है जो आप सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तानी क्या सरकार अपने ही नागरिकों को ऐसे ही रोड पर छोड़ देगी? ये शहबाज शरीफ और जनरल असीम मुनीर कहते हैं कि हम पाकिस्तान अलग हैं, 2 नेशन थ्योरी तो अलग है, तो आप अपने नागरिकों को ही वापस लेने से इनकार क्यों कर रहे हैं? ये देखिए, कुछ लोग यहाँ पर ज़रूर बैठे हुए हैं अलग अलग जगहों पर, लेकिन अब ये सवाल बना हुआ है कि ये बेरहमी आखिर क्यों? और सवाल यही है कि कब तक और क्यों? क्या पाकिस्तानी डर गए हैं इसलिए गेट नहीं खोल रहे हैं? और वजह क्या है? ये पहली बार वैसे नहीं है, ये बेशर्मी पहली बार नहीं दिखी है। 1999 में जब करगिल वॉर हुआ और उसके बाद पाकिस्तानी सैनिकों के शव जब हम सौंप रहे थे, हमारी सेना सौंप रही थी, तब भी मना कर दिया गया, तब भी कह दिया गया कि नहीं, हम नहीं जानते, हम नहीं पहचानते, हमारी ये सैनिक नहीं है। तो ये पहली बार इतनी बेशर्मी पाकिस्तानियों ने नहीं दिखाई है। ये पाकिस्तान का मजाक उड़ा है। वो पाकिस्तान जो एटम बम की गिदड़ भभकी देता है, धमकी देता है, उस पाकिस्तान को अपने ही नागरिक की चिंता नहीं है। अपने ही नागरिक जो दिन भर अपने बच्चों, महिलाओं के साथ यहाँ पर इंतज़ार करते रहे धूप में, वो पाकिस्तानी नागरिक इंतज़ार करते रहे कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गेट खोला जाएगा, वो वापस जाएंगे, लेकिन वो वापस नहीं गए और यहीं पर अभी भी रुके हुए हैं। कुछ अटारी बॉर्डर पर अभी भी हैं, कुछ लोग चले गए हैं और ये अपील करते रहे, रिपब्लिक भारत की तरफ से अपील करते रहे। कुछ लोग तो चले गए हैं। आप लोग भी जा रहे हैं?
जा रहे हैं बस। अभी
क्या करेंगे, कहाँ रहेंगे?
होटल लेंगे।
होटल लेंगे, फिर कल आएंगे?
कल आएंगे, कल फिर दोबारा से ट्राई करेंगे सर।
तो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से क्यों नहीं गेट खोला गया है?
सर अब
नहीं गेट खोला
मुझे नहीं पता इस बारे में क्या है।
अब तो आपको अपने ही वतन के लोग वापस क्यों नहीं ले रहे हैं?
सर हम तो इंडियन है।
नहीं, अच्छा, आपके रिलेटिव हैं?
जी, सिस्टर इंडियन है मेरी, ये इसकी शादी वहाँ पर हुई है।
लेकिन पाकिस्तान का के हुए ना पासपोर्ट, आप भी पाकिस्तान जाना चाह रहे हैं?
नहीं सर, मैं पाकिस्तान नहीं, मैं तो इंडियन का हूँ, जैसलमेर से हूँ।
आप रिलेटिव को छोड़ने आए?
मेरे क्या है कि 2 मामे की बेटे भाई है, उसी की शादी हुई है पाकिस्तान में। तो अभी उनको 2023 में शादी हुई थी, तो अभी उनको किसी मुश्किल से
पासपोर्ट कहाँ का है? पासपोर्ट कहाँ का है?
इंडियन
नहीं, पाकिस्तान का पासपोर्ट है कि?
इंडियन पासपोर्ट है इसका।
4 साल तो हुए।
अभी 4 ही साल तो शादी को है इसकी।
अच्छा, पाकिस्तान में शादी हुई?
शादी हुई थी पाकिस्तान में।
अच्छा, इसीलिए तो शौहर आपके वहीं रहते हैं?
हाँ जी वही।
बच्चे वहीं पर हैं?
जी।
एक बेटी है। तो आपके वीजा पूरा हो गया है? वैलिडिटी आपकी वीजा पर आई थी?
नहीं, वो मेरा तो ये था कि कभी भी मैं आ सकती हूँ, क्योंकि इतनी जल्दी तो उधर नेशनलिटी मिलनी नहीं ना है। अभी 3 साल तो साल हुए हैं, नूरी वीज़े पे मैं उधर हूँ।
नूरी वीजा?
हाँ जी।
लेकिन अभी तो टेंशन चल रहा है, उसकी वजह से सीधे कहा गया है कि जो भी इधर उधर के लोग हैं वो इधर आ जाएं, इधर के लोग हैं उधर चले जाएं। आज भी कई लोग पाकिस्तान के लोग हैं वो वेट करते करते चले गए। अब आप कैसे जाएंगे?
मैं कुछ नहीं।
चलिए, कुछ लोग हैं और अब ये भी जो कुछ एक लोग बचे हुए हैं वो भी वापस जाने के लिए लगातार इंतज़ार में हैं। कल फिर बोल रहे हैं कि कल फिर मैं आऊँगा, देखूँगा, गेट खोलेगा तो मैं जाऊँगा। लेकिन ये बताता है कि दरअसल क्या है पाकिस्तान, ये पाकिस्तान क्या है ये बताता है। पाकिस्तान कितना बेशर्म है। हम अपने नागरिक
Getting in some more breaking news right now. You have the Iran foreign minister who's likely to visit India next week. Now this comes in the backdrop with how Iran has basically responded after the Pahalgam attack, condemning the terror attack that has taken place. Joining me right now is our senior executive editor from the studio right now. Abhishek, an important visit coming up in the national capital. The Iran foreign minister is expected to come in. Is this in the backdrop of what's happened here in Pahalgam, or there is something more to the agenda?
Well, this is a visit that was already in the works, Shavan, and so we are getting to hear that now he's coming. Obviously, given the fact that this is happening in the backdrop of the situation prevailing in India's northern borders or western borders, those aspects would be discussed. But remember, these are foreign policy visits. So, for example, there is a state visit of the president of Angola, which is happening. He arrives tonight and is in New Delhi from from May 2nd to May 4th. And he's going to meet the Prime Minister, the President, and typically whatever goes with a state visit. So this is in line with all those visits. But given the fact that Iran is a nation which is connected with both India and Pakistan, the fact that even Iran has, remember, Shawan faced terrorism emanating out of Pakistani soil in the Sistan border, for example. In the Sistan province, for example, the Sistan Balochistan, what that is called on the Iranian side of the border between Iran and Pakistan. So obviously there are common concerns also. Hopefully those would be discussed.
Okay, there's one more breaking news now coming in. Now back-to-back meetings that are actually taking place. Now Pakistan is completely jittery right now. We're given to understand Pakistan envoy to the United States of America has now urged President Trump to intervene to help stop the war. In fact, this is a statement that was made by the Pakistani ambassador a short while back. Earlier in the day, you've had the Chinese ambassador visiting Islamabad. In fact, we're being told that the meeting took place with the Pakistani Prime Minister. Here you have once again the Pakistanis completely worried as to what is coming their way. Now, once again, going back to the United States of America and China for help. That's all that we could get you right now. On the other side, getting you the latest details coming in from the border areas as how India is prepared to respond to the violations that have taken place in the last few days.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
I am a victim of terrorism. I suffered the worst possible genocide and ethnic cleansing terrorism unleashed by my neighbor country called Pakistan. Pakistan is a terror nation, it's a terrorist nation. It believes in terrorism, it believes in violence, it believes in killings, it believes in rapes. It believes in bloodshed. It believes in bomb blasts. It believes in war. And it believes in impeace. Pakistan is responsible for my exodus from my home. It is responsible for killing my people. It's responsible for burning my schools, my home, raping my women folk, involving locals to see to it that I'm out of my house. And nearly 4.5 lakh people from my community, the entire community, left their homes and they were in the refugee camps in Jammu and other places of this country. And today also they are in the refugee camps in Jakti, near Udhampur. It's a country which should be declared as terrorist nation by India, if not United Nations, because I have no hopes on the powers apart from my country. Pakistan has been constantly troubling us. Blasts, attacks, massacres. It has constantly seen to it that our country, which is going on the rise, again comes down. It creates panic in our country. It creates fear in our country. It creates divide in our country. So what are we waiting for? Let me remind you, I think we have a very short memory. I don't know till how long we will remember Pahalgam. They did this to us in 1990. 1995, 6 foreign tourists were kidnapped and one was beheaded by them. 2000, 32 Amarnath Yatris were killed. They were Hindus. They are killing us because we are Hindus. That's what they did in Pahalgam. They asked our name, they asked our religion, and they shot us. And I have no qualms of saying that we are killed, we have suffered the worst genocide. It's only because on religious basis. We are killed, we are out of our homes, we are raped, our schools burnt, is only because we are Hindus. We are in trouble because we are Hindus. And we have to accept it. If you don't accept it, it's your problem. 2002, 9 were killed in Pahalgam base camp. So this attack in Pahalgam is not for the first time. 2001, Shesnag Yatris, 13 Yatris were killed. 2007, bus of Yatris, 8 were killed. And today, 26 were killed. The screams and the shouts and the crying of women, men, kids have made us insane. You go there to enjoy yourself. We are told that the situation in the valley is fine, is brilliant. Come as tourists. They also call us, come. The travel agents call us and we are shot in that place and then suddenly we don't know where to go. This entire country of ours is bleeding, is suffering to the peak. There is so much of insaneness, there is so much of impeace, there is so much of sadness in our country. Candles are not going to help us. Therefore, I, as a victim of terrorism, refugee in my own country, I appeal to my Prime Minister, I appeal to my Government of India, a strong Prime Minister and a strong government, destroy Pakistan. Destroy it. Otherwise, it is a gangrene, it is cancer. Chemotherapy will not work. You have to operate. Surgery has to be done. What did they do in Pulwama? What did they do in Uri? There are lines of massacre and attacks. What did they do in Mumbai? in other places, parts of the country. I, therefore, once again appeal to my Honorable Prime Minister that destroy this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome friends to 6 at 6 Thursday edition. The fact that we are in war mode as India preps up its response, a military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, everything on the table. We are going to focus on how the preparations are going on from naval drills of the Arabian Sea, and then of course Air Force getting ALH Dhruv, even as our leadership makes it clear its resolve that this is the time to punish terror, its backers, and of course Pakistan. All that and more. Let me get you a breaking news development coming in, which is that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has made a statement giving a stern warning to Pakistan and to terrorists that we will make sure that each and every perpetrator of the Pahalgam terror attack is brought to justice. Let's listen in to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
आज उन सभी आतंक की भेंट चढ़ने वाले हमारे नागरिकों को, उनके परिवारजनों को कहना चाहता हूं, एक क्षति सिर्फ आपकी क्षति नहीं है, आपके जितना ही दर्द देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में है, हर नागरिक इतना ही दुख का अभिव्यक्ति करना चाहता है। और मैं आज पूरे देश की जनता को यह बताना चाहता हूं कि 90 के दशक से कश्मीर में जो आतंकवाद चला रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जीरो टॉलरेंस का नीति है। हम मजबूती के साथ अपनी लड़ाई लड़े हैं और आज वो ये न समझ ले कि हमारे 27 नागरिकों का जान लेकर ये लड़ाई जीते हो। मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चाहे उत्तर पूर्व हो, चाहे वामपंथी उग्रवाद का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे कश्मीर पर पड़ी आतंकवाद की छाया हो, हर चीज का मजबूती के साथ हमने जवाब दिया है। और अगर कोई एक कायराना हमला कर कर ये समझता है कि हमारी बड़ी जीत है, तो एक बात मन से समझ लीजिए, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इस देश की इंच इंच भूमि पर से आतंकवाद को मूल समेत उखाड़ने का हमारा संकल्प है और वो सिद्ध होकर रहेगा।
Well, if the context is political resolve and political will to make sure that India as a nation backs their armed forces, even as they plan to inflict costs and take our revenge, Prime Minister Modi led from the front. Just a few days back, he made this a speech, and listen in to understand what's the level of the resolve.
मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। सजा मिलकर के रहेगी। टुडे फ्रॉम द soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve.
Another breaking news development, a good news there. The ALH Dhruv helicopters that were grounded on some technical grounds are up again. The Hindustan Aeronautics Limited has cleared the operational role for the advanced light helicopters and both the Army and the Air Force versions. And a statement to that effect was made by the HAL, saying that in furtherance of the clarification dated 11th of April, it is now intimated that the advanced light helicopters, Dhruv Army and Air Force versions are cleared for operations based on the Defect Investigation Committee recommendations. A time-bound plan for the resumption of operations has been worked out with the users. Remember, the Army and Air Force versions taken together, about 300 plus helicopters were grounded a year or so back after there were some technical faults found, including a couple of crashes, landings, hard landings as well. Moving on for now. And still staying with defense preparedness, the Indian Navy has issued 4 green notifications for firing in a coastal area off the Gujarat coast, just 85 nautical miles from the region where Pakistan is currently conducting its naval drills in the Arabian Sea. These notifications are meant to ensure safety by alerting civilian and commercial vessels to avoid the designated zones during military activities. Take a look at this report.
The tremors from New Delhi have reached Islamabad. Rattled and panicked, Pakistan is on the back foot. Prime Minister Modi granting the Indian Armed Forces full operational freedom to avenge the Pahalgam massacre has thrown Pakistan into a frenzy. And India has intensified its military readiness. The Indian Navy has issued 4 green notifications for firing in a coastal area off the Gujarat coast, just 85 nautical miles from the region where Pakistan is currently conducting its naval drills in the Arabian Sea. Indian Navy has been carrying out various exercises with more demonstrations scheduled over the coming days. The firing notifications are valid from April 30th to May 3rd, 2025. Pakistan has issued its 4th naval missile firing notification in the past week, but has not launched any missile on the previous 3 occasions. The Indian Navy is closely monitoring the situation and Pakistan's activities in the region. These live drills come days after the indigenous guided missile destroyer INS Surat tested a medium-range surface-to-air missile. As India prepares to cut Terror State Park deep, the growing chorus is one: revenge next.
All right, these exercises are going on in the Arabian Sea with both the navies carrying these out side by side. But if the conventional superiority of India vis-a-vis Pakistan is clearly marked it is in the naval domain, with the Indian Navy up there vis-a-vis its Pakistani counterpart. If you want to understand where the two stand, take a look at this explainer by Sucharita.
So as we speak about India's naval might, we would also like to show you how India's navy stands vis-a-vis Pakistan's navy. Now the two countries in a state of the present state where there is a strife, and we know that this might of both the countries is going to be at display. When we speak about aircraft carriers, India has 2, but Pakistan has none. They're still to get their first aircraft carrier. When we speak about submarines, India's submarines at a total of 18 and Pakistan's submarines at 8. So that is the total of the submarines for both the countries. When we speak about destroyers, India has 13. Pakistan still to acquire its first destroyer. That is the number. Now frigates, India has 14, Pakistan has 9. Now the naval might of both the countries right in front of you as I speak. I'm speaking about the corvettes. India has 18, Pakistan has 9. Now the naval might of both the countries, in a straight comparison, the patrol vessels, India has 135, Pakistan has 69. So that comparison of the patrolling vessels and the total naval personnel, India has 1,42,252 and Pakistan has 1,24,800. So that is the number of naval personnel who are reporting into these countries.
Okay, on to another breaking news development this time. Indian diaspora expressing its anger, angst and the sense of outrage, now protesting outside the Pakistan embassy at The Hague in the Netherlands. And these are pictures coming in of the protests that were held earlier in the day. Remember, we have seen these protests outside Pakistani missions around the world by Indian community, from London to San Francisco to Melbourne to other places. And now these protests at The Hague in the Netherlands, Pakistani High Commission there, Pakistani embassy there, facing these protests. Peaceful protests, but nevertheless expression of anger, frustration, angst, and an outrage, sense of outrage that Pakistan continues to harbor and nurture terrorism and launch terrorist attacks. This latest being the Pahalgam one, where 26 innocent lives have been lost to the cowardice and absolute ideological extremism of the Pakistan-based terrorist machine. All right, another back-to-back breaking this time. Back to New Delhi, where Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has posted on his social media handle X that he just a while back spoke to US counterpart Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He writes on X that US Secretary of Defense spoke to Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, this is on his official handle, earlier today, and expressed his deepest sympathies for the tragic loss of innocent civilians in the dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam, Jammu and Kashmir. Secretary Hegseth said that the US stands in solidarity with India and supports India's right to defend itself. Now that's a very indicative comment coming in from the US Defense Secretary, that India, whatever it needs to be done to exercise our right to defend, we will do that, and the United States concurs with that. Hegseth continued to reiterate the strong support of the US government in India's fight against terrorism, and during the conversation, Rajnath Singh told the Secretary of Defense that Pakistan has a history of supporting, training and funding terrorist organizations. He further said that it is important for the global community to explicitly and unequivocally condemn and call out such heinous acts of terrorism. A two-way communication at the topmost levels. Remember, this comes on the back of a call between External Affairs Minister and Secretary of State Jaishankar and Rubio respectively. And the two together form the 2+2 committee, high-level engagement committee between India and the United States, where the foreign ministers and the defense ministers have a regular annual dialogue. Defense minister there making it clear that India, as a victim of Terror reserves its right to punish terrorism emanating from Pakistan. Pete Hegseth agreeing with it. All right. All right, moving on. Many bunkers have been built near the Longewala border. Remember the site in Rajasthan which saw action in 1965-71 wars both. And we have a ground report coming in from there about the kind of preparations that have been put in place. Take a look.
ये सरहदी इलाका और यहां से पाकिस्तान की सीमा बस महज तकरीबन 4 से 5 किलोमीटर ही है। तो ये लोहे का बंकर यहां पर दोबारा से फिर से मेंटेन किया गया है ताकि अगर हमारी इस सीमा में दुश्मन देश पाकिस्तान घुसने की हिमाकत करता है तो इस बंकर के जरिए हमारे सेना के जवान पाकिस्तानी आर्मी को माकूल जवाब दे सके। इस रेत में चलना बहुत मुश्किल है क्योंकि रेत बहुत गर्म है और टेम्परेचर भी यहां पर तकरीबन 55 डिग्री सेल्सियस के आसपास है, लेकिन इस तापमान में भी लगातार हमारी सेना के जवान इस पूरे इलाके में गश्त कर रहे हैं और इन बंकरों पर लगातार जो है वो निगरानी रखी जा रही है। बीएसएफ के आईजी भी आज इस जैसलमेर के सरहदी इलाके में पहुंचे थे और उस इलाके में पहुंचकर उन्होंने आज सीमा पर पूरी तरह से लगातार जो है वो पेट्रोलिंग और मॉनिटरिंग की, साथ ही वहां पर मौजूद सेना के जवानों से भी उन्होंने मुलाकात की। बीएसएफ के आईजी जब बीकानेर पहुंचते हैं वहां पर डीजी के साथ बैठक होती है और आगे सीमा सुरक्षा को लेकर रणनीति क्या होगी इसको लेकर विस्तृत चर्चा की गई। एक और बंकर हम आपको दिखाएं, दरअसल वो लोहे का बंकर था और ये सीमेंटेड बंकर जो है वो तैयार किया गया है। सीमेंट कंक्रीट की ये मोटी चादर है इस बंकर में जिसके इस्तेमाल से इस बंकर को तैयार किया गया है। और अगर इस बंकर के रास्ते की बात करें तो एक ये प्रवेश द्वार है इस बंकर के अंदर सेना के जाने का। इस प्रवेश के द्वार के जरिए सेना के लोग जो हैं, हमारे जवान जो हैं, वो इस बंकर में प्रवेश करेंगे और ये इस बंकर की पोजीशन वाली जगह है। यहां से सेना के जवान जो हैं वो इस बंकर के अंदर पहुंचकर पोजीशन ले सकते हैं। 2 खिड़कियां हैं इस बंकर में, पहली ये, दूसरी ये, और इसमें आप देख सकते हैं शटर भी लगा हुआ है, यानी कि अगर यहां पर लगातार सेना के इस बंकर पर गोलीबारी होती है तो खिड़की का ये शटर जो है वो बंद कर सकते हैं। कुल मिलाकर इस मोटे बंकर को बनाए जाने का मकसद यही है कि इस बंकर के जरिए हमारे सुरक्षा बल जो हैं वो इस मोर्चे पर डटे रह सके और तकरीबन 9 से 10 इंच मोटाई की इस बंकर की दीवार है जिस पर गोलियां पूरी तरह से बेअसर हैं। कुल मिलाकर हमारे देश की सेना की अब कोशिश यही है कि अगर पाकिस्तान की तरफ से इस जैसलमेर बॉर्डर पर किसी भी तरह की हिमाकत की जाती है तो उस हिमाकत का माकूल जवाब दिया जा सके।
All right, even as we continue to bring these ground reports with our reporters spread across our western front from Kutch in Gujarat to Longewala in Rajasthan to Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir, of course. Here's what Army is doing, a tease of our tank power. Take a look.
Tank man, you're a tank man. Be proud to be a tank man. Be proud to be a tank man. You're a brave man. You're a tank man. No fears, no fright to a tank man. No left, no right to a tank man. No day or night to.
All right, more reports connected with India preparing to carry out its revenge response because of the Pahalgam terror attack. The Pakistanis are really jittery and nervous. They are begging, borrowing and taking support from its friendly allies like China and Turkey. We have heard, in fact, reports that plane loads of war machine, ammunition, etc. is coming in from the Chinese and from Turkey also. Have a look at one of those reports.
As tensions between India and Pakistan simmer once again, a new actor appears to be inching closer to the stage. With the rhetoric of brotherhood and symbolic gestures of military cooperation, Turkey is projecting itself as a stakeholder in South Asia's volatile geopolitics. But behind the optics lies a fragile proposition. Turkey's defense industry, led by Bayraktar TB2 drones, has certainly made headlines in recent years. The TB2 was initially celebrated for its effectiveness in asymmetric theaters like Libya and the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war, where Turkish drones helped Azerbaijani forces overwhelm Armenian positions. However, that success did not translate when facing more advanced militaries. In Syria, during clashes in Idlib, Turkish drones faced Russian-made air defense systems like the Panzer S-1. Reports later confirmed that several Bayraktars were shot down, with open-source analysts estimating dozens of drone losses in a matter of days, exposing their vulnerability in contested airspace. Similarly, in Ukraine, when Turkish TB2s were used by Kiev against Russian forces, their initial impact faded quickly. Russia's layered air defense and electronic warfare capabilities made TB2s nearly obsolete within months. By mid-2022, Ukrainian officials themselves admitted that TB2s were becoming ineffective due to Russia's improved counter-drone measures. These examples serve as a warning. Turkey's drone warfare excels in asymmetric environments but fails when faced with integrated, technologically advanced militaries like India. Unlike Armenia or militias in North Africa, India possesses a sophisticated battle-hardened military. With over a decade of counterinsurgency and high-altitude warfare experience, combined with a deep inventory of Russian, Western and indigenous systems, the Indian military is not a force Turkey or Pakistan can intimidate with off-the-shelf drones or symbolic defense deals. India's air defense network, including systems like Akash S-400 and indigenous radar integration, is designed to neutralize threats like the TB2. Its electronic warfare and cyber capabilities further compound the challenge for any adversary hoping to use low observable or remotely piloted platforms. For Turkey, engaging with Pakistan in South Asia is a political gesture. Ankara gains visibility in the Muslim world, appeases its domestic Islamist base, and tries to revive its Ottoman-era image of leadership in Muslim geopolitics. But should conflict escalate, Turkey has the luxury to disengage. Pakistan does not. Moreover, tying Pakistan's defense strategy to Turkish support creates a dangerous dependency. Unlike China, Turkey has no border, no forward bases, and no direct stake in Pakistan's regional survival. In a real conflict scenario, Turkey will be watching from afar. Pakistan will be fighting and absorbing the consequences. For Turkey, antagonizing India is a high-risk, low-reward venture. Pakistan must not forget that India's annual defense budget dwarfs Pakistan's by nearly a 10:1 ratio. Its defense ecosystem is increasingly self-reliant, integrated, and adapted to the subcontinent's operational environment, unlike Turkey's export-grade equipment, which has shown clear weaknesses when tested in high-threat zones. Therefore, tactical cooperation and arms deals can offer marginal benefits, but they do not change the broader strategic imbalance. Pakistan's recent public enthusiasm about a brotherly alliance with Turkey risks becoming a strategic distraction. It promotes the illusion of external backing in a conflict where realistically Pakistan will stand alone. As history shows, foreign partners may offer words and weapons, but not always protection. Turkey's own battlefield track record shows clear limits. Its drones and military exports may be headline-friendly, but their battlefield credibility collapses against peer adversaries with real-time electronic warfare, air denial, and satellite-backed targeting, all of which India possesses. What appears today as solidarity may turn tomorrow into abandonment, leaving Pakistan to absorb the fallout alone. Again.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I am a victim of terrorism. I suffered the worst possible genocide and ethnic cleansing. Terrorism unleashed by my neighbor country called Pakistan. Pakistan is a terror nation, it's a terrorist nation. It believes in terrorism, it believes in violence, it believes in killings, it believes in rapes. It believes in bloodshed. It believes in bomb blasts. It believes in war. And it believes in impeace. Pakistan is responsible for my exodus from my home. It is responsible for killing my people. It's responsible for burning my schools, my home, raping my women folk, involving locals to see to it that I'm out of my house. And nearly 4.5 lakh people from my community, the entire community, left their homes and they were in the refugee camps in Jammu and other places of this country. And today also they are in the refugee camps in Jakti, near Udhampur. It's a country which should be declared as terrorist nation by India, if not United Nations, because I have no hopes on the powers apart from my country. Pakistan has been constantly troubling us. Blasts, attacks, massacres. It has constantly seen to it that our country, which is going on the rise, again comes down. It creates panic in our country. It creates fear in our country. It creates divide in our country. So what are we waiting for? Let me remind you, I think we have a very short memory. I don't know till how long we will remember Pahalgam. They did this to us in 1990. 1995, 6 foreign tourists were kidnapped and one was beheaded by them. 2000, 32 Amarnath Yatris were killed. They were Hindus. They are killing us because we are Hindus. That's what they did in Pahalgam. They asked our name, they asked our religion, and they shot us. And I have no qualms of saying that we are killed, we have suffered the worst genocide. It's only because on religious basis. We are killed, we are out of our homes, we are raped, our schools burnt, is only because we are Hindus. We are in trouble because we are Hindus. And we have to accept it. If we don't accept it,
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Welcome back, friends. As India preps for its response to Pahalgam terror attack, anything and everything related with India's defense preparedness and response here on Republic TV. Let's begin with the headlines.
आने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा।
No one will be spared. Amit Shah issues a stern warning on the Pahalgam massacre, reiterates that every terrorist will be hunted down and not be spared. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaks to the United States counterpart Pete Hegseth. Partial coup in Pakistan as ISI Chief Lieutenant General Asim Malik made National Security Advisor Shehbaz Sharif sidelined by Pakistan ISI. The Pakistanis have refused to accept their own at the Atari-Wagah border, close all counters. India likely to suspend shipping lines and postal services to Pakistan, announcement likely soon. after Navy Coast Guard has now increased patrolling in the northwestern region. All right, breaking news development coming in. Terror plot has been foiled near India-Pakistan border. The Indian Border Security and Punjab Police have seized grenades, pistols and ammunition in Amritsar's Bharopal area, and officials say the joint operation likely prevented a major terror attack. Acting on credible information and intelligence gathered by the BSF, its intelligence wing, a joint search operation was launched yesterday. And this was near village Bharopal in Amritsar district. This ultimately led to the recovery of following articles: 2 hand grenades, 3 pistols, 6 magazines, 50 live rounds of cartridges. The recovered arms and ammunition have been handed over to the police, even as the investigation continues about its antecedents, from where it came and who all were involved, possibly locally also, given the fact that this has been found from Indian territory. A joint operation there by Punjab Police and the Border Security Force. All right, moving on. The jittery Pakistan, citing security concerns, has announced the closure of specific portions of the Karachi and Lahore airspace for 4 hours each day during the month of May, going on till May 31st. And it has put all airports across the country in a state of general high alert. Media reports said on Thursday. The development comes amid heightened tensions between Pakistan and Islamabad, between India and Pakistan post the Pahalgam terror attack and Islamabad's apprehension of retaliatory action by New Delhi. Remember, they are holding midnight press conferences and holding press conferences with fabricated evidence and concocting a narrative. And amidst all this, preparing whenever India responds. The restricted airspace will be closed daily from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. local time between May 1 and May 31. Seems more like Pakistan playing some petty mind games, because this does not affect India's preparation and our will to make sure that perpetrators of Pahalgam terror attack are punished. Yep. All right, moving on. As Indian Navy carries out its live fire exercises in the Arabian Sea, one of its warships, the INS Surat, is visiting the city on which it is named, Surat in Gujarat. It docked at Hazira port just a while back, and these are pictures of INS Surat reaching the city on which it is named in Gujarat, and was welcomed by the local city leadership there, including the Surat Member of Parliament Mukesh Dalal and Rajya Sabha MP of Gujarat Govind Dholakia, among others. INS Surat, which had seen action during the last week's live fire exercises, in which even a BrahMos missile was flight tested. These are pictures of INS Surat in Gujarat.
तो मैं कैप्टन संदीप हूं, कमान अधिकारी हूं भारतीय नौसेना पोत सूरत का। और आज इससे बड़े गर्व की बात क्या हो सकती है कि मैं जो नौसेना का जो लेटेस्ट जहाज है, और मैं कहूंगा बेस्ट जहाज है, उसको मैं सूरत शहर में लेके आया हूं। तो जैसे आप सूरत में सूरत वासी होते हैं, सूरती कहते हैं, हम भी अपने आप को सूरती कहते हैं इस जहाज में। और हमारे सारे लोग अभी तैयार हैं कि जहाज पे आए। और जिस हिसाब से हमारा वेलकम हुआ है, दोनों मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट जेटी पे खड़े हैं इतनी गर्मी में, मैं तो दाद देता हूं उनकी। एंड वी बहुत बहुत गर्व की फीलिंग है मेरे लिए। खासियत क्या है, थोड़ा सा? ये जहाज भारतीय नौसेना का डिस्ट्रॉय श्रृंखला में आता है, जिसका जो मल्टी मिशन के लिए होता है, चाहे जो हमारा टारगेट हो, चाहे पनडुब्बी हो या दुश्मन का जहाज हो या दुश्मन का एयरक्राफ्ट हो, उन सबको ये इसमें इतनी क्षमता है कि उन सबको टारगेट कर सकता है, प्लस हेलीकॉप्टर्स कैरी करता है।
All right, these exercises of warships, war machine visiting these kind of civilian centers strengthens India's resolve as a nation, and of course gives the society the confidence that we have it in us in terms of our war machine to inflict costs. That's why INS Surat there in Surat, Gujarat. Moving on, another breaking news development coming in, which is on the diplomatic front, with the Iranian foreign minister expected to visit New Delhi. And this is next week. He's going to be in New Delhi for 2 days, May 8 and 9. And this is part of an ongoing dialogue between the two countries. But what gains significance, why this gains significance is that this is happening in the backdrop of the ongoing tense situation in the region. And Minister of Israel, I beg your pardon, Iran, Abbas Araghchi, visiting New Delhi next week. He's also, of course, apart from External Affairs Minister, he's going to meet National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Remember, Araghchi is someone who had made a statement just a couple of days back that Iran is a friend of both India and Pakistan and would want the tensions not to escalate. All right, friends, after the terrorist attack in Pahalgam, India is in no mood to let the culprit go unpunished this time. After taking a strict diplomatic action against Pakistan, India is now preparing its military, navy and air force to make sure that the terrorists are eliminated, and Pakistan knows that it cannot continue to indulge with terror. Take a look.
India and Pakistan are at the brink of a war, and the entire nation wants New Delhi to avenge the Pahalgam terror attack. We have with us Major Samarpal Tur, who will talk to us about the geopolitical situation and the likely scenarios that may emerge out of this equation. Major Tur, thank you very much for joining us on Republic.
Thank you.
Major Tur, my first question is, with the current tensions brewing, what are the military options in front of India to end terrorism once and for all, the terrorism that is emanating from the Pakistani soil? How can India ensure that the state support that the terrorists are getting, that stops? So what are the military options that India can exercise? Army, Navy, Air Force? We had the Balakot strike. What next?
Pranav, see, today is an era of urban warfare. So, and information plays a very big role. So now I think all the militaries in the world are very particular, especially in terms of what data is given out. So I think as far as the options are concerned, yes, there are three options because there are three mediums, that is land, air and sea. So all the options are there. And we very well know that, in the end what makes a difference is probably the effectiveness and the efficiency of a certain military. Mm-hmm. And I think the number of the size of the military wouldn't matter, mm-hmm. because that has been nullified to a large extent by the Russia-Ukraine war.
Okay.
Despite Ukraine having almost next to nil of fighting manpower left, they are still taking help of modernized drones or modified drones of DJI, which are mainly the mainstay of their mm-hmm.
Drones,
which are manufactured in China, to be very frank.
Mm-hmm.
And in the European markets have opened up. There's a lot of black marketing going on regarding DJI drones and being acquired by Ukraine at a mass scale.
Correct.
And there are a lot of jailbreaks being done in the softwares, modifications, many things.
So drones could be one of the means?
And drones could be one of the means, but you see, drones can't win wars.
Right.
Drones can definitely affect a certain timeline or, instill fear psychosis or something like that.
Okay.
But it's definitely not going to stop the enemy advance, or I mean, it can't totally halt a military.
Right. When it comes to taking military action, what matters is the political will, the resolve to back our armed forces. And we have seen, led by Prime Minister, the government is making sure that that strong resolve is clear and loud. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has issued a very stern warning today, reiterating that resolve. Listen into what he had to say while speaking at an event in New Delhi earlier in the morning.
आज उन सभी आतंक की भेंट चढ़ने वाले हमारे नागरिकों को, उनके परिवारजनों को कहना चाहता हूं, एक क्षति सिर्फ आपकी क्षति नहीं है, आपके जितना ही दर्द देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में है, हर नागरिक इतना ही दुख का अभिव्यक्ति करना चाहता है। और मैं आज पूरे देश की जनता को यह बताना चाहता हूं कि 90 के दशक से कश्मीर में जो आतंकवाद चला रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जीरो टॉलरेंस का नीति है। हम मजबूती के साथ अपनी लड़ाई लड़े हैं और आज वो ये न समझ ले कि हमारे 27 नागरिकों का जान लेकर ये लड़ाई जीते हो। मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चाहे उत्तर पूर्व हो, चाहे वामपंथी उग्रवाद का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे कश्मीर पर पड़ी आतंकवाद की छाया हो, हर चीज का मजबूती के साथ हमने जवाब दिया है। और अगर कोई एक कायराना हमला कर ये समझता है कि हमारी बड़ी जीत है, तो एक बात मन से समझ लीजिए, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इस देश की इंच इंच भूमि पर से आतंकवाद को मूल समेत उखाड़ने का हमारा संकल्प है और वो सिद्ध होकर रहेगा।
While this is political will at the top, what's the national sentiment on the ground? What's the vox populi? What is going on in the minds of the people? Are they sure that this is the time when Pakistan should be made to pay the price? Are they with the nation's forces? Republic travelled to Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh to get those voices for you. Listen in.
In Eastern Front, Tawang is one of the most visited tourist destination, and even after the escalation in the Western Front, particularly in Pahalgam and Kashmir Valley, there have been rise in tourist footfall in Tawang. We are with some tourists out here in Tawang. We'll listen to them. They had also visited Kashmir earlier. They are now in Arunachal Pradesh. What are the concerns they share? How they see the experiences in border places, and also the hostilities, be it from the Pakistan side or here in the LSE from the Chinese side. There have been hostilities as far as our neighbors are concerned. So how do you see this hostility and the threats that are being issued by China, as well as the threat that has already been triggered by Pakistan?
As far as Pakistan, there is
वो तो उनके राजभवन में भी वो कर सकते थे। उन्होंने दिल्ली वासियों को ये स्थान दिखाने के लिए बुलाया है कि दिल्ली अब बदल रही है। सच अर्थ में मैं सक्सेना जी को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। मैं यहां बहुत साल पहले श्री श्री रविशंकर जी ने कार्यक्रम करा था, तब आया था। ढेर सारा कूड़े का ढग, दुर्गंध और कीचड़ देखा था। मैं पहले भी भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की प्रतिमा का अनावरण करने गया और आज गुजरात और महाराष्ट्र दिन पर आया हूं। लगता ही नहीं है कि मैं पहले कभी यहां आया था। तो सक्सेना जी, आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। यमुना के इस तट पर कालंदी के
Right, moving on for now. That was Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaking at a public event in New Delhi. We're taking a short break. On the other side, Shravan and Niranjan are back with This Is Exclusive.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
Sir, the entire country is looking for a response. My question to you would be, Karachi, Islamabad, Lahore, how far, how deep can India actually go this time?
India can cross continents. Forget about Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad. But I think it will be a bit premature to speculate on possible targets and the cities where these targets are located. I can only talk in terms of whether they plan to be a long war or a short war. In my personal view, a long war would completely exhaust Pakistan. It would bring the economy completely in a shattered condition, and that is going to take an impossible time to fix. So at the same time, Pakistan will have a logistics chain from China. China would like to keep this thing going, to keep India diverted on the Western Front, while it plays its usual tricks on the Northern Front.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Question is there that how deep India can strike in Pakistan. See, the Pakistan problem is that strategic depth, which in military parlance we say that what is the depth Pakistan has got, where the Indian say if we go for a ground actions, we go by air or by sea, where we can up to which area. So their width is very small. They have got from Karachi to Sakardu. When you say, and then Balochistan, that area which is, bordering Iran, and then also they have been complete this Durand line, which is going with Afghanistan. The depth is very small. Pakistan always, in their planning and in strategy, they have kept Afghanistan as a strategic depth, so that the Indian
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Sir, and the entire country is looking for a response. My question to you would be, Karachi, Islamabad, Lahore, how far, how deep can India actually go this time?
India can cross continents. Forget about Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad. But I think it will be a bit premature to speculate on possible targets and the cities where these targets are located. So I can only talk in terms of whether they plan to be a long war or a short war. In my personal view, a long war would completely exhaust Pakistan. It would bring the economy completely in a shattered condition, and that is going to take an impossible time to fix. So at the same time, Pakistan will have a logistics chain from China. China would like to keep this thing going to keep India diverted on the Western Front, while it plays its usual tricks on the northern front, or on our northern front. Now, the point is, India has the capacity to fight on two fronts, but China will also provide logistical help to Pakistan, there's no doubt about it. Now, we have got a lot of agreements in place with the United States. I think, I'm sure that by now the Prime Minister would have alerted the US White House and Department of Defense to ensure that we also have a seamless logistics chain, in which case, quite frankly, I don't think this war will continue very long for a simple reason. The Pakistan economy will collapse completely, and that is the end of, frankly, any capacity to wage war. So the question is, building up a seamless logistics supply arrangement with our friend and ally, the United States, and I'm very certain the Prime Minister Modi has signed all the important agreements. I think the trade agreement also is either signed or very close to signature, which will probably be the first country to sign that. So from that point of view, I see no problem for us. We go on the US premise and they go on China. And between China and the US, there's no question. The US has far deeper pockets and far better quality equipment.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
पर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Question is there that how deep India can strike in Pakistan. See, the Pakistan problem is that strategic depth, which in military parlance we say that what is the depth Pakistan has got, where the Indian say if we go for a ground actions, we go by air or by sea, where we can up to which area. So their width is very small. They have got from Karachi to Sakardu, when you say, and then Balochistan, that area which is bordering Iran, and then also they have been complete this Durand line which is going with Afghanistan. The depth is very small. Pakistan always in their planning and their in strategy, they have kept Afghanistan as a strategic depth so that the Indian pinchers, whether it is the thrust which is going inside or when striking, they have got a depth. But that depth has gone. Afghanistan is now against Taliban's are all along the Durand line, especially if you take it from the Spin Baldock up to the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area. They are now threatening from that side to Pakistan. They want to have the strategic depth. Afghanistan wants to come.
Farooq and Mehbooba demand human rights for terrorists. Lutyens media peddles pro-terrorist narratives. Time for India to call out the anti-nationals, debating tonight at 8 p.m. Part coup stages in Pakistan. Shehbaz sidelined. ISI takes over national security issues in Pakistan. Huge standoff at Atari. Pakistan refuses to take its citizens. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. 7 p.m. We're coming to you with just two big stories on the show this evening. Big news. And first up, here are the headlines. Let's get you started.
अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा।
We will find you, we will hunt you down. The message from India's Home Minister to every Pakistani terrorist. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaks to the US Defense Secretary, who believes that India has every right to strike. A partial coup in Pakistan as the Pakistan ISI chief takes over as the NSA, the Pakistani Army, ISI, NSA effectively ruling the country. Shahbaz Sharif sidelined. Pakistan disowns its own citizens. Can you believe it? At Atari border, Pakistanis told by their own government, you are not welcome back. Airspace has been shut to Pakistani airlines. Shipping routes will be blocked next. And that's the big breaking news update on the show. We have exact details of how India has struck back as Pakistan's violate ceasefire. Major damages suffered by Pakistan. Details on the show this evening. Breaking news coming in on Republic TV. Defense sources telling Republic TV that Pakistan has suffered massive damage. Pakistan has suffered massive damage. We have details of the Indian retaliation. Several Pakistani posts have been damaged in the retaliation in the last few days. This is India retaliating, showing a strong objection to the ceasefire violation along the international border. A rare escalation at the international border. Pakistan opened fire first in the Kashmir sector and then in Jammu. We're getting in breaking news now of Pakistan Rangers deserting posts as well. Deserting their posts. They've deserted their posts. Areas affected: Neelam and Lipa Valley. Neelam and Lipa Valley, where most of the Indian retaliation has been focused on this evening. Pakistan has in the last few days used small arms in the ceasefire violation. Heavy mortar shelling from the Indian side. Now this is along the international border. Retaliatory fire to the ceasefire that has been violated, by the way, in both Kashmir along the line of control and the international border. And as I toss to my colleague Shavan, who's joining in with defense experts, the big headline this evening on Republic as we get to details of India's retaliation. Shavan, before I hand it to you, I also have details of India's naval firing drills, and I want to show you what's going on off the coast of Porbandar in Gujarat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an eye-to-eye situation between India and the Pakistani navies. Look at that. I mean, they are no match for our navy, but they've been trying to make some noise, these Pakistanis. As far as their navy is concerned, no match at all. No match. India and Pakistan Navy firing drills at the same location, separated by just 85 nautical miles. This is happening as we speak. Shavan, I'm handing it over to you. You have the full details of India's retaliation. I'm handing it over to you. Shavan.
Well, in fact, let me begin with that breaking news now coming in on This Is Exclusive, where we are saying what's the kind of reaction coming in. Over the last few days, ladies and gentlemen, there have been multiple ceasefire violations that have taken place, but Pakistan has suffered major damage. Major Samartur, I want to ask you this question because you have a better understanding. I was told that Neelam as well as Lipa Valley, where the maximum damage has taken place. Can you elaborate on this?
See, these are the valleys which give open ground and nalas for a decent entry for large amount of infantry if they want to come in. That is from the enemy side. Secondly, they have large storage of ammunition there, ammunition depots.
Right.
And these are, and the sachets that they have, the small houses, these are the routes basically from where the terrorists have their launch pads. This is the place where they harbor. regroup, reorganize, they get the ammunitions from here, and then they move into India. Because see,
so how has the ceasefire violation taken place in Lipa and Lipa Valley and
whenever they have to facilitate infiltration?
So you are saying in the last few days, there have been more infiltration attempts that have been made. Are they still trying?
But of course, because you see, summers have already arrived.
Right.
They've arrived early. Probably 20 to 25 days, almost a month early, the summers are here.
And so I've got a point to make here.
That's a very important point. You're saying that the infiltration bit still carries on after the Pahalgam.
Why I'm telling you this is happening is because they anticipate mobilization of the Indian Army. And from our own side of the border, if they are able to infiltrate these people, they will be able to interdict the mobilization. They'll be able to carry out IED attacks and all these ambushes and all. So that is a concern, because whenever our army is moving in our own area, we are subject to this kind of interference by the terrorist groups. So that is why this infiltration, what Major Samar is saying, it becomes all the more relevant, because they don't have that matching strength to combat the Indian Army.
General Kochar, yesterday we broke a story and Colonel Shailendra was there in the war room and along with Major Tur when we showed that visual, Shawan. Major Kochar, we had a visual of my colleague Gursimran reporting live, that was along the international border.
Yes.
There was a visual of a Pakistani post that was left vacant, it was deserted. After we broadcast that story, there was no fighting. He was happily reporting. He could see the Pakistani post right from a few 100 meters. There was nobody there, no flag, deserted. It went so viral even in Pakistan that 3 or 4 hours later, someone brought a Pakistan flag and kept the flag there, and they still ran away. There was nobody at that post. But now, according to what Shawan is telling us, Colonel Shailendra Singh, most of these rangers are deserting their posts, especially in these areas, Neelam and Lipa Valley.
Let me tell you, when you are saying that particular flag has been put, it was by the villagers. It is
exactly.
It is out of sheer shame.
Why are they running away?
Huh?
Why are they running away?
They are very intelligent people. I'll admire them. You know why? अगर आज जिंदा रहोगे तभी तो कल लड़ पाओगे. जिंदा नहीं रहोगे तो क्या करोगे? They know it that the first target from my side, which is visible to my naked eye, you think I'm going to allow him to sit there?
Right.
And coming to the point of that ceasefire violation, ठीक है भाई, you can do it in any of the valley where things are not clear. Why are you doing it on international border? This is all combined effect of bouclahat. They are, desperate. They are into a mental paralysis.
I have another big breaking news update, sir. All you gentlemen, just another bit of breaking news update, and I wanted to bring you this update, very significant. Something's happening in POK as well as we talk about the international border, because I have a breaking news update now coming in. And this is even the sections of Pakistani media saying that 26,000 students have been moved out of seminaries in Pakistan. Something's happening in POK, ladies and gentlemen. Seminaries, all seminaries in POK shut down for 10 days by Pakistan. Pakistan has asked all seminaries to simply shut shop for the next 10 days. There will be no seminaries open in POK. You will remember that in 2019, after the Balakot strike,
no reason for them to move out these students and the children from the seminaries, because in 2019, if you remember, when the Balakot strikes also took place, a few of the seminaries were also targeted.
Yes, correct.
In fact, they have. Sir, you are saying na कि students. Why will? इसको बोलते हैं चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका. Why will we strike a student? Because they know this is not that student which we treat as student.
Colonel and Major Saab, you will be able to explain this better, because this is a full-fledged strategy. You have in Mirpur itself what is considered to be hospitals that have been built. Technically, they are not hospitals. Major Saab, you will be able to bear this out, because the moment you basically keep that as a hospital operating out of it, it becomes very difficult. And that is how they have basically changed tack.
Shravan, now let me tell you that, since the last 8 months in POK or POJK, as you say it, there have been a lot of protests. There have been a lot of plundering of resources. There have been, in a day, only 2 hours of light. Right. So there's been a lot of agitation that has been happening. There's been, stone pelting at rangers. They've been, actually waded away from the cities.
They said Kargil ka darwaza khol dena chahiye.
Exactly. So, there were people marching
up. Of public.
So that is how I see it is that they are stopping these students from coming to these public places because there will be an uprising. I give you in writing that the moment...
There is an uprising.
Yes.
There is an uprising.
It was all... Protests were already on. This is the right moment when they can go against their own military.
Quick point, Colonel Shailendra, in the last 8 months that I've been closely following, I've seen that there have been multiple protests, taxes that have been imposed by them, and there is a uprising that is going on in Pakistan. I remember people coming out saying, Kargil ka darwaza khol do.
Oh, yes, yes. And why are you going 8 months? January, what has happened? It was our Republic Day and Indian flag was being flown that side.
Right.
Last 15th August, last year, why the Indian flag was hosted and not the Pakistan flag hosted on 14th?
Right.
Why the bijli which is coming there, which is being made there, goes to Punjab at the rate of some 5 rupees 70 paisa, and when it comes back for those 2 hours, it is charged at the rate of 13 rupees 75 paisa. Why will there not be a price? Unka apna resources ko...
Yeah,
Colonel Shailendra, sorry to interrupt you, but
let Colonel Saab complete his point because I'm going to walk up to the wall, Shravan, because I have a picture and I'll show you the picture and you can speak over that picture. Because okay, Colonel, you complete that point. I'm going to show the picture next.
I'm only trying to say that you are forcing that particular population to a level where now they are realizing hamare resource hami ko महंगे और पंजाब को सस्ते.
No access to their own resource.
Just imagine, what is the development?
To go to a decent hospital, it takes 4 hours to reach Islamabad.
Right.
4 hours, 4 to 5 hours by road.
And there's no fuel.
There's no fuel. There are very less petrol pumps along the way.
Specialty hospitals are not there in
not in POK.
So if you have to go for a specialized treatment, then you have to go to the bigger cities.
I don't know whether there's much time on, but can I ask something very outlandish? Because many would say that perhaps this is the most opportune time for the special forces to cross over to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Look at the kind of statements that each of them have made. Do you think it's a possibility?
No, you tell me one thing. Special force ka matlab kya hota hai? They are special. Let the speciality be decided by them. But who the hell is Pakistan to say or expect that special forces aa raha hai? If they are expecting that yes, aa raha hai. Special forces bhi aa raha hai.
Shravan, there is a breaking news update coming in. Shravan, we've accessed a circular. The circular is from Pakistan Information and Broadcasting Ministry, given to all radio stations, asking them to stop playing Indian songs.
Oh.
Indian songs is all they had. Indian songs will now go silent and Thank you, Pakistan. So we're saying Pakistan, thank you very much. But I have to show you this wall. In Balakot, this is what Pakistan is fearing. And this is why they've shut down the seminaries. The picture of, it's not a seminary, it was a terror camp in 2019. This is the Balakot strike that they're fearing. Two pictures that spook Pakistan till today. This is the building that was hit before the hit itself. Before we struck in Balakot in 2019, and this is the impact after the strike. Clearly the strike, the spice missiles that India struck Jaish terror camps with, the impact was here. There are 3 impact points that are seen in this particular video on the top of the building and the entire area outside this so-called, they called it a seminary, but it was a terror camp. Pakistan is so strange, such a cowardly country. First, they admitted casualties. They admitted casualties, moved out bodies, called them students, and then said nothing happened. You will remember that. You will remember that Colonel Shailendra and Major General Kochar, they first admitted to the strikes. They said children were killed. They admitted casualties and they said no, nobody died. There was nobody there.
I believe
nobody was there.
Crows were found dead or something like that.
No, sir.
It's the nature of the Pakistan way of actually thinking, because it was a major success. Balakot, we sorted out around 80 terrorists.
Yes.
And the Air Force chief is on record to say that there were pictures actually taken from the fighter aircrafts themselves.
Yes.
Today, we don't have to even go in Pakistan because we have the Scalp missile of the Rafale, which has a range of 300 kilometers.
Yeah.
We can still target all these seminaries we are talking about without crossing the line of control.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ. Just tell me very frankly. Nothing happened there as per Pakistan. Okay, as per Pakistan. Why the media was not allowed for 1 month? Why you took the international media after 3 months?
They shut off the entire area.
What I'm
We were
saying.
reporting. They closed that area.
Above all,
there were ambulances there. There are ambulances in that picture.
You see, technology has got this best advantage. You can keep it as a record.
Yes.
Why those more than 200 mobiles operating that area suddenly vanished?
Yes.
I'm not going by anything else. These are the proofs.
And there was movement of ambulances.
Their own.
Yes,
ambulances.
In fact,
why there was a lineup?
In that picture, there's also an ambulance. There is a picture where you can see an ambulance as well in one of those pictures. There were ambulances, and it was captured even by the international media, if I'm not wrong. Associated Press and Reuters had reported there was increased movement of ambulances there. Major Tur, last word.
What I'm saying is, electronic signatures, heat signatures, the pattern of movements, the vehicle patterns on the roads, it's all being monitored. I mean, come on, we have ISRO with us. Right. We have one of the best of the satellites that are there. We have international agencies like Pakistan has got American blood on their hands. I am 101% sure that we are going to get assistance from the Americans by all means, anywhere and everywhere, at beck and call. So I'm sure that we are going to get the allied forces support.
We'll get.
Yes.
We got Becca, yes. COMCOSA, LIMUA. All these are agreements, strategic agreements with the United States with regard to intelligence, with regard to communication, with regard to logistics, and you can name the thing. So, we should be expecting this thing again to happen.
And sir, the trump card is with India. We are giving everybody an opportunity, whether you are standing with the terrorism or without the terrorism. If India is fighting terrorism and it will go down to any length, breadth and depth of Pakistan, where are you going to
Has there been a change in the sense after the Balakot? The tactics that were employed and the launch pads that
I would see, as far as the tactics is concerned, they probably shifted into smaller places in the forest.
And within the civilian areas.
Yes, but you see, there's nothing, you can't hide in today's modern warfare. How will you escape the thermal signatures?
They went near the villages also.
Okay. Yeah, even in the villages, I'm telling you, they are amongst the civilian population as well.
Yeah. Okay. One statement that came in from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who tweeted out this evening, General Kochhar, and he said, and I'm quoting what the Defence Minister said, this is also breaking news update coming in. Defence Minister has just tweeted saying that the US Secretary of Defence Pete Hegseth spoke to the Raksha Mantri and expressed his deepest sympathies for the tragic loss of innocent civilians in the dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam. Secretary Hegseth said that US stands in solidarity with India, supports India's right to defend itself, supports India's right to defend itself.
See, this is a very significant statement. I'll say that because, we heard Trump saying earlier that it's your war and, you'll actually sort it out among yourselves. But a statement like this coming at this point of time is extremely significant because we have a comprehensive strategic partnership agreement with the United States. And if you correlate that agreement and what he is saying now, you will come to know that United States is with us. Pakistan should have absolutely no doubts about it.
Yeah. And the whatever envoy, apparently Niranjan is trying desperately to reach out to the Trump administration so that they can actually intervene. This comes at a time when you have had the Secretary of State also intervening right now. So, Colonel, do you think that with the Americans making it very clear that we have the right to respond, that makes Pakistan even more nervous?
No, I'll take you one step ahead. Let us say the Americans say, no, you don't. Then you think I'll stop? I don't have a right? I don't have my human right? Terrorism for you is a terrorism and for me is nothing? I will keep sacrificing people like this. We will keep giving evidences like this. We will keep doing our joint interrogation and investigation like this. No, sir. Today, India has crossed that limit. Okay. India is not in any doubt. Be rest assured, if or but, there's nothing called as. It is all clear cut. We are going. It is only choice given to you now, whether you want to stand with us in fight against terrorism. My word is very clear. Fight against terrorism. I don't think today India can be held back by any one country on the say of it. We are going to be there. Which way? Well, let Pakistan imagine.
Neerjan, if we don't have a breaking news, I'll just quickly take this one word from Major Tur. What's happening with the Israelis? Is there something that's brewing?
I wouldn't say much in anything on that. See, they've got enough on their hands. And probably...
I find it very significant because just look at the timing of the calls that came in from the Israelis and also the Hamas-style attack that has actually taken place. This operation that was carried out in...
sharing, yes. To a large extent, yes. Because Hamas was invited in the first week of January.
Yes.
So, yes. But I don't think that we have much support from Israel at the moment because they have enough on their hands. Just look at the devastation. They lost 1,200 of the innocent, unarmed civilians.
But Major Tur, children. This material flow will take place because we already have agreements in place with Israel.
Yes, as you said.
We have already orders on them.
Yes,
so whatever we want now, it will be fast-tracked.
So the reason why I asked you, is because the Israelis would be equally concerned. The Hamas joining hands, it's what I call it a jihadi alliance that has taken place.
It has.
United by terror.
It has. It has been overlooked. Nobody took it in seriously.
That's the point.
So this is what is happening.
I'm getting a very, very nice video, and I want to end with that video only because I'm running out of time. I have to end the show, but I have a video, and I want all of you to watch this video. This is the video of INS Surat docking and getting a fantastic welcome. India's stealth guided missile destroyer. Look at those pictures. Stealth guided missile destroyer, Indian Navy's destroyer, named after the Diamond City, has docked at Hazira. And many people coming out to welcome the ship, which could, or maybe not, play a huge role in whatever India now does in its response to Pakistan. That's the picture of INS Surat, one of the first videos that we've received from the Arabian Sea of INS Surat being welcomed there. All right, that's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive. I'm leaving all of you viewers with a promise that at 9 p.m, Arnab is coming with one big India-Pakistan debate, the two defining pictures of today. You remember that picture from during the Kargil war when Pakistan left the bodies of his soldiers behind, and it was the Indian army that had to give them an honorable send-off. Pakistan is now deserting its own citizens once again at the Atari border. That debate is coming up at 9. It starts at 8 o'clock. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on the show this evening. Thank you.
You have the
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Question is there that how deep India can strike in Pakistan. See, the Pakistan problem is that strategic depth, which in military parlance we say that what is the depth Pakistan has got, where the Indian say if we go for a ground actions, we go by air or by sea, where we can up to which area. So their width is very small. They have got from Karachi to Sakardu, when you say, and then Balochistan, that area which is bordering Iran, and then also they have been complete this Durand line which is going with Afghanistan. The depth is very small. Pakistan always in their planning and their strategy, they have kept Afghanistan as a strategic depth, so that the Indian pinchers, whether it is the thrust which is going inside or when striking, they have got a depth. But that depth has gone. Afghanistan is now against Taliban's are all along the Durand line, especially if you take it from the Spin Baldock up to the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area. They are now threatening from that side to Pakistan. They want to have the strategic depth. Afghanistan.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IHM.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
Question is there that how deep India can strike in Pakistan. See, the Pakistan problem is that strategic depth, which in military parlance we say that what is the depth Pakistan has got, where the Indian say if we go for a ground actions, we go by air or by sea, where we can up to which area. So their width is very small. They have got from Karachi to Sakardu, when you say, and then Balochistan, that area which is bordering Iran, and then also they have been complete this Durand line which is going with Afghanistan. The depth is very small. Pakistan always in their planning and their strategy, they have kept Afghanistan as a strategic depth, so that the Indian pinchers, whether it is the thrust which is going inside or when striking, they have got a depth. But that depth has gone. Afghanistan is now against Taliban's are all along the Durand line, especially if you take it from the Spin Baldock up to the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area. They are now threatening.
Tensions escalate, patience is wearing thin. India's military bite poised for a full force retaliation, with the Army, Air Force and Navy on high alert. But that's not all. Tonight we take you inside Pakistan's imploding establishment, where panic and disarray have gripped the armed forces of Pakistan. Retired Major General G.D. Bakshi revealing the shocking truth about mass desertions in Pakistan and the leadership chaos. Meanwhile, top military leaders like Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, General V.P. Malik, sending a chilling message to Pakistan. India's response will be unprecedented and the consequences of misadventure will be severe. Is Pakistan staring at disintegration? Will India's military might bring an end to Pakistan's reign of terror? We dissect the impending fallout here on Forces First. With me, Niranjan. As tensions escalate at the border, Pakistan is clearly on the back foot. India is standing poised to retaliate with full force. There has been unprecedented retaliation along the international border already, with the Army and Air Force on high alert and the Navy maintaining an offensive posture in the Arabian Sea. Pakistan is scrambling. Reports suggesting that their Rangers are deserting posts along the international border. Here's a retired Captain Devnath asserting that India is prepared to target enemy convoys and disrupt their battlefield logistics as the armed forces coordinate for a potential dual front assault.
Discreet over the last few days, particularly in the action mode that they are getting into. Many would really want to understand from you, is there a possibility that the Navy and the Army basically coordinate in terms of a dual attack? A dual attack, is that a possibility?
Oh yes, definitely. Whenever there is a war, commanders at strategic level, say at Army Chief, Naval Chief, Air Force Chief, will definitely like that Pakistan's resources are stretched. So probably an exercise and subsequently will culminate like that only, wherein Navy overwhelms their Karachi and Gwadar port, blockades them so that no
so
commercial
suggesting
ship...
tri-services?
Oh yeah. And Army,
we are always like this.
Army will engage them across LOC in J&K, and Indian Air Force will ensure that skies over Pakistan airspace are dominated by us, so that they do not have
for the first time, if
freedom of mobility.
Not the first time.
Air Force will ensure that their resources do not move within Pakistan. If they try and move any resources through land, through civilian hired truck or through railways within Pakistan, and if it comes to our notice, Air Force notice, will blow their supply ships, will blow their railway racks. Most importantly, will blow up their convoys which are taking logistic supplies to the battlefield.
Next, my colleague Pranav sat down with Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni in an explosive podcast interview where he reveals what will shake the very foundations of our understanding of Pakistan's future. According to General Kulkarni, the writing is on the wall. Pakistan's disintegration is not just a possibility, but an inevitability. Listen.
See, it's very important that the people there, we can do whatever we wish to do. If the people there decide 72 hours, you will find everything will be finished. There will be no terrorism in this Union Territory of J&K in precisely 72 hours. If people decide, if the politicians there decide that enough is enough, this is an opportunity that they've got. They find that it's going to be crippling the Union Territory's economy. So many tourists were to come and they're not coming any longer. Enough is enough. Pakistan is all set to only exploit them. They are not going to do anything. They're economically finished. What does Pakistan have? Pakistan can't give them one apple also. What to talk about it? So it's all in India. They stay and they should stay peacefully. Because if the Union Territory of J&K and the Muslims there in J&K decide that no more, for the first time, I see a lot of processions and demonstrations in favor of the poor people who have been shot, innocent people who have been shot, and all of them have come out, shops down, not because the terrorists called for the shops to be down, because the common man wanted it, that enough is enough, because it's going to cripple them. Their economy has gone down. They have got used to good living now. There's 2 crores of tourists coming in, good roads, good development, good medical colleges coming up, good engineering colleges coming up, management colleges coming up. So much of opportunity has been given to them to go out. It's better. They must use it and openly come out, because I think there can be nothing better because they are bringing in a bad name and to the Indian Muslims.
Another conversation with my colleague Pranav, where General VP Malik, former army chief, pulls no punches, asserting that India's retaliation to any future provocation will far exceed the precision strikes of Balakot and Uri. The message to our adversaries was clear: cross the line, face the full fury of India's armed forces. Here's General VP Malik and his warning in his own words.
General Malik, it's established beyond doubt now that the Pakistan army is behind the Pahalgam terror attack. My question to you then is, what now are the military options in front of India to put an end to Pakistan's support to non-state actors, sir?
Well, the effort is to put an end to the terrorist activities which have been launched by Pakistan for the last 35-40 years now. And there have been so many terrorist activities, not only in J&K but rest of India also, sponsored by the ISI through their terrorist organizations. And I want to remind you again that the ISI is part of the Pakistan Army. It's not a separate organization. And therefore, the finger goes straight to the Pakistan Army for all the activities that have been the cross-border activities that have taken place now and in the past also. The effort now comes after the kinetic action that we took place. We carried out post Uri raid on our army camp. What happened was the strike across strategic strike that we called on the other side. And also post Pulwama, we carried out the air raids on Balakot terrorist camp. Now, since those activities have not been adequate and the Pakistan continues to launch its terrorist activities as part of their strategies, we probably have to do a lot more. And that is why the cabinet decision has taken all the inclusive actions against Pakistan, which means diplomatic, economic, and also the military. Let's see when that happens and how it starts. But we have to be prepared for launching them, and we have to be prepared for some kind of retaliation also from the other side also.
Wonderful. General Malik, thank you very much for joining us. It is on shoulders of generals like you that our hopes are pinned, sir. Thank you very much, and we'll keep coming back to you as the equation further unfolds. Thank you.
A small correction there, ladies and gentlemen. That's General VP Malik, former Indian Army Chief, and we made a small error there. We'll rectify that error. Our apologies for that. I'm moving on to the next story. In the wake of the devastating Pahalgam terror attack, the Indian Army has sent a thunderous message to Pakistan with a gripping display of military prowess, a stark reminder of India's unwavering resolve to protect its sovereignty and citizens. The video speaks for itself. India's armed forces standing united, strong and ready to counter any threat. Take a look at the power that will not be intimidated. With the rising possibility of a fast escalation looming over Pakistan and India, the biggest question that many people have on their minds is the possible financial implications and the risk of entering into a state of full war. Now, financial expert Kishore Subramaniam